Chapter 1916. Checkpoint. The leader of the kidnappers frowned and returned to his seat next to the window. He looked out the dark brown window for a while. "Let's go and find another way." The leader waved his hand. "There are many cars in front turning around. We can just follow behind them. Don't panic and don't drive too fast." There was a long queue at the checkpoint in front of them. Many police dogs were wagging their tails and sniffing in front of the cars. Gu Nianji suddenly felt that the police must be looking for her. She suddenly stood up from her seat and slammed her head against the window. She didn't expect to break the window. She only wanted to make a big noise to attract the police and police dogs in front. However, the leader of the kidnappers sitting next to her was shockingly fast. Before Gu Nianji could reach the edge of the window, she had already been pulled back by the man. His grip was so strong that Gu Nianji's shoulder was almost dislocated. Gu Nianji fell back into her seat involuntarily and watched as the man put a very deep hood on her head. There seemed to be a smell in the hood. Gu Nianji didn't have time to hold her breath and gradually lost consciousness. The leader of the kidnappers half-carried Gu Nianji in his arms and said to the other 4 people in the car, "What are you looking at? Turn around quickly." In 2 hours, they had run 7 or 8 different roads. They had almost run through all the roads leading to the south of the Third Ring Road in the imperial capital. However, these roads were so tightly blocked that even a fly couldn't fly out. If they wanted to pass, they would have to undergo a checkpoint. At that time, they would all be arrested. Don't even mention any disguise methods, it's useless. The checkpoint even checked fingerprints. If they wanted to avoid this kind of inspection, they would have to change their skin immediately. But was that possible? What should we do? The other 4 kidnappers in the car were anxious. "Boss, could this woman really be very powerful? If what she said is true, why don't we cooperate with her? They kidnapped for money. If they couldn't get money, then they shouldn't do it." The leader of the kidnappers snorted and looked at them. "If any of you want to change your mind, raise your right hand." In the end, the 4 people thought for a while. Only the kidnapper who had tried to violate Gu Nianji raised his right hand. "You want to cooperate with her?" The leader of the kidnappers looked him up and down and said harshly, "How can I have such a stupid subordinate like you? You've offended her the most, yet you still want to cooperate with her and ask her for money? Did the thing in your crotch grow in the wrong place? Did it grow on your head?" "Boss, you can't say that." The kidnapper was anxious. "Look outside. There were cops everywhere. Since I can't escape, I might as well." Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out. The leader of the kidnappers had unknowingly produced a small silvery white pistol in his hand. The shot hit the kidnapper's forehead. The force of the bullet was just right. It did not fly out from the back of the head, so there was no scene of brain matter bursting out. The other 3 kidnappers were stunned. The leader of the kidnappers blew on the muzzle and said lightly, "Throw him into the moat over there. Then come up and we'll head north." The other 3 kidnappers were completely subdued by the man's attitude. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts and obediently dragged the dead kidnapper out of the car. They used his clothes to wrap his head so that not even a trace of blood could be seen. It was the darkest time before dawn. The street lamps here happened to be broken, and it was also a surveillance blind spot. It was pitch black here. The kidnappers threw the dead kidnapper into the moat not far away and obediently returned to the car. "Boss, where are we going?" "Wait a minute, I'll call the boss." As the kidnapper spoke, he took out his phone and got out of the car. He found a more secluded place and dialed the number on the other side. He briefly explained the situation, and the person on the other side seemed to be speechless. After a moment of silence, he said, "Where are you now?" "Boss, please forgive me for not being able to say. This phone call is not very safe. If someone were to eavesdrop, all our efforts would be wasted. The person on the other side wasn't angry at the kidnapper's words at all. Instead, he said emotionally, "Sir, you really are someone who does great things. Those 5 bastards from before deserve to die. They were just scapegoats to divert attention. Okay, you guys rest first. I'll call you at dawn tomorrow." The person coughed a few times on the phone. "Okay, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. If I don't hear from you, I'll make my own decision." The kidnapper sounded like someone who was used to giving orders. The boss who answered the phone was also very respectful to him. After all, he was the leader of the foreign mercenaries that the boss had spent an astronomical sum of money to hire. He had once been able to launch a coup in a Middle Eastern country by himself and decide on the royal family successor. Lu Jin had been feeling uneasy at the Lu Corporation's press conference. He didn't even hear what Lu Yuan was saying to the reporters. Anyway, he didn't have to worry about this. Lu Yuan alone was enough to deal with it. However, as the largest shareholder of the Lu Corporation, he had to be present at a time like this, even if he didn't say a word. There were especially many people at today's press conference, and the reporters' questions were endless. Even though Lu Yuan was good at dealing with this kind of situation, he was still a little tired of being asked. Under normal circumstances, the press conference would only last half an hour, but it lasted for a full 3 hours. In the end, Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed the microphone and said, "That's all for today. You've spent 3 hours asking all these questions today. They're all nonsense and a complete waste of our time. If the shareholders listen to the fake news you made up, will you compensate them if they lose all their money?" All the reporters were stunned when he said this. No one had ever said that to them. However, before the reporters could retaliate, the internet had already started to make a ruckus. Because Lu Jin had successfully shifted the focus, the shareholders began to attack the news media organizations that had released news about the Lu Corporation. Lu Jin's words, "If the shareholders listen to the fake news you made up, will you compensate them if they lose all their money?" aroused the shareholders' common hatred for the enemy. They no longer besieged the official account of the Lu Corporation. Instead, they went to tear apart the news media. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin finally left the press conference. By the time they came out of the hotel where the press conference was held, it was almost midnight. Lu Jin quickly said, "We've been delayed for so long. I wonder if Nianji is starving." He took out his phone and immediately dialed Gu Nianji's number, but it rang for a long time. Lu Jin's heart skipped a beat. He immediately looked at Gu Nianji's location and found that she wasn't at Xie Qingying's company or at home, but at a police station. Lu Jin was terrified. He immediately said to Lu Yuan, "Boss Lu, quickly call Nianji. She seems to be in trouble." "What trouble?" "Her location shows that she's at the police station." Lu Yuan was stunned. "Are you sure?" He immediately took out his phone and dialed Gu Nianji's number. This time, it didn't ring for long before someone picked up, but he didn't hear the person on the other end. Lu Yuan knew that something was wrong and asked cautiously, "May I ask if this is Lawyer Gu?" "I'm Lu Yuan. My company is a client of your law firm. I have some legal questions that I would like to ask you." Lu Jin looked at Lu Yuan dumbfounded. He didn't know what kind of show he was playing. The person who answered the phone said, "Mr. Lu. I'm not Lawyer Gu Nianji. Lawyer Gu Nianji is in some trouble. She's missing. We're the police station. We received a call tonight and went to Clear Shadow Media Company. We found her bag and phone at the scene. Missing. Are you sure?" Lu Yuan was also a little anxious. "She doesn't have any relatives here. I'm her client and also her friend. Can I come to the police station to take a look at her things?" "Okay." The person from the police station was very polite. "We have people on duty. This case has been classified as a major case by the higher-ups and will be dealt with quickly and severely. Don't worry. Lu Yuan wasn't in the mood to argue with them. He put away his phone and said to Lu Jin, something might have happened to Nianji. Let's go to the police station first and take a look at what she left behind. When Lu Jin heard that something had really happened to Gu Nianji, he no longer cared about hiding his identity and immediately called Xie Qingying. However, no one answered Xie Qingying's phone for a long time. Lu Jin gritted his teeth and called Xie Qingying's house to find Xie Qingying's father, Xie Dezhao. Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian, was Lu Jin, Gu Xiangwen's biological sister. However, the siblings didn't have a good relationship and hadn't contacted each other for many years. Xie Qingying hadn't been familiar with her biological uncle, Gu Xiangwen, since she was young. Later, when Gu Xiangwen was wanted for murder, Xie Qingying was even more ashamed to mention her uncle, who was suspected of murder, to others. However, Lu Jin still remembered Xie Qingying's phone number clearly. Even if they had changed their number, it would be easy for him to find it. Xie Dezhao, where's your daughter? Lu Jin asked impolitely as soon as the call connected. Xie Dezhao had just returned from the hospital. He packed his things and was about to go back to bed. His daughter, Xie Qingying, had been shot today and had just finished surgery to remove the bullet fragments from her shoulder. He was already very nervous and sad. When he heard this rude call, the usually gentle and polite Xie Dezhao was also angry. He said, "Who are you? Why are you looking for my daughter? Your daughter called Nianji to her company today. Now that Nianji is missing, is your daughter missing?" Lu Jin asked directly. "If she's not missing, ask her to hand over Nianji. Otherwise, I'll make her new media company close down tomorrow." Lu Jin threatened aggressively. Lu Yuan couldn't take it anymore and said, "I'll go to the police station to take a look at what Nianji left behind. You can do as you please." However, after getting into the car, he still stuck his head out of the window and reminded Lu Jin, "You have to be careful not to expose yourself. If something really happens to Nianji, she needs you to save her, so you can't put yourself in danger." Lu Yuan's words finally calmed Lu Jin, who was almost hot-headed. He had been so anxious that he had almost said, "my daughter," a few times, but luckily he had held it in. "Okay, I know. I'll be careful," Lu Jin said. He didn't want to waste any more time with Xie Dezhao. He hacked into his phone and obtained all the text messages Xie Dezhao had received today. He also knew that Xie Qingying had been shot and had been sent to the hospital. She had just finished surgery. He even had the name and address of the hospital. Without another word, Lu Jin asked the driver to take him to the hospital to see Xie Qingying. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1905, Moment of Crisis, 4. Monthly votes, hurry up and come to the Major General's Bowl. It was also the third update today. However, the second and third updates were the big chapters at 8:00 in the evening. This kind of plot, I'll try my best to make a big chapter moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1917. Xie Qingying's surgery was very successful. However, after the surgery, the anesthetic had worn off, and her shoulder was burning with pain, waking her up. The doctor also gave her a prescription for painkillers to make her feel better. Lying on the hospital bed, Xie Qingying, who had been excited all day, finally felt sleepy and wanted to sleep under the effect of the powerful painkillers. At this time, the door of her ward was pushed open, and a tall, thin figure quickly rushed to the side of her bed. Xie Qingying's eyelashes fluttered, and her heart tightened. She thought that the kidnappers would not let her go and had come to the hospital again. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw a tall, unprepossessing middle-aged man. He looked a little familiar. Xie Qingying blinked and quickly remembered that this was Lu Jin, the major shareholder of the Lu Corporation. This person's looks were average, and he didn't speak much. He was a very low-key person. Why is he here? Xie Qingying tried her best to sit up from the hospital bed. Before she could say anything, Lu Jin had already asked, "You invited Gu Nianji to your company, and then she was kidnapped. How could you still be sleeping here? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Xie Qingying, where did this lunatic come from? Xie Qingying's expression changed. She had thought that he was here to check on her injuries, but it turned out that he was here to help Gu Nianji. Xie Qingying suppressed her anger and frowned slightly. "Mr. Lu, how can you say that? I'm also very upset that Nianji is missing. But I can't do anything about it. Chasing the thief is the police's job, and I'm injured. I can't do it even if I want to." Lu Jin's gaze lingered on the bandage on Xie Qingying's shoulder for a moment. He snorted softly. "You're not dead. Hurry up and tell me what happened to Gu Nianji. How did she disappear? You better tell me everything clearly without missing a single word, or else I'll teach you a lesson. Do you believe that I'll get rid of all the fans that you've gained recently?" Xie Qingying was so angry at Lu Jin's words that she coughed violently. "What's your relationship with Nianji? Do you need to care about her?" Xie Qingying covered her chest and said coldly, "I've already told the police what I need to say. I have no obligation to repeat myself. Please leave, I want to rest." "Why do you care what my relationship with Gu Nianji is? She's my friend, and even I, an outsider, am panicking when something happens to my friend. How can you be so calm and distinguish between a police officer and an outsider? I suspect that you conspired with someone to kidnap Gu Nianji." Lu Jin saw that Xie Qingying was unwilling to tell him the truth, so he was also angry. He scolded Xie Qingying. Xie Qingying was also angry. Ignoring the pain from the wound on her shoulder, she shouted, "I conspired with someone. I conspired with someone and was almost violated. I conspired with someone and got shot. Mr. Lu, can you use your brain before you speak? Haven't I thought about it?" Lu Jin clenched his fists. He was so anxious that he was about to die. "Do you know the trick of injuring yourself to gain the confidence of others? Were you assaulted? Did you get shot and die? I don't think so. This is the trick of injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I'll really call the police." Lu Jin took out his phone and deliberately provoked Xie Qingying. "I can testify that you conspired with someone to kidnap Gu Nianji. Because she's the woman you like the most, loved by the man you like, you were dissatisfied and wanted her to disappear, so you conspired with someone to kidnap her." His words were reasonable. If Xie Qingying wasn't the person involved, she would have almost believed him. At that moment, she even felt a sense of panic. Would he Jichu think the same? His attitude just now seemed a little perfunctory. Xie Qingying suppressed her discomfort and grievance. She took a deep breath and slowly leaned against the hospital bed. She said in a low voice, "You have to have evidence to speak. From the beginning to the end, Nianji was the one who contacted me first. She was also the one who wanted to see the original copy of the information. I wanted to show her the scanned copy, but she refused. Later, I suggested asking her if she wanted to go to my company. After I went there, I was in a meeting, and she was in another room looking at the information. Later, I was plotted against. Someone worked together from the inside and outside to capture me and interrogate me about where Nianji was hiding. I didn't say a word until they were about to. Nianji couldn't take it anymore, so she pulled out her gun and saved me." When Lu Jin heard this, he quickly said, "And then?" "She saved you, but what did you do? Why didn't you get help?" "There was a power outage in the entire building. We were on the 18th floor, and the elevator couldn't be used. There was no signal on my phone, and it was out of battery. I wanted to call the police, but even the alarm was out of battery. Lu Jin pondered. The power outage, the phone no signal, and even the phone no power. Could it be that the other party used a high-powered grenade magnetic storm gun? What else? He continued to ask Xie Qingying. Also, I was dragged to the room where Nianji was hiding. They wanted to rape me, Xie Qingying said with a straight face. Nianji stopped them and killed them all. Killed them all. Where's Nianji? Lu Jin raised his voice. Why is she missing again? She covered her face with her hands. Nianji saved me. I moved the table over and asked her to jump down from the groove in the ceiling. But just as she jumped down, 5 more men rushed in. These people are much more ferocious than the previous 5, they fired decisively and hit Xie Qingying. Then, they knocked Gu Nianji out and took her away. Xie Qingying finally cried after she finished speaking. Who exactly did Nianji offend? Why did those people do this to her? There were 5 more people? Lu Jin finally understood that it wasn't a simple kidnapping case. With Xie Qingying's abilities, she wouldn't be able to find the 5 ruthless kidnappers. From her description, the other party's skills had already reached the level of an elite mercenary. They were also the type of mercenaries who were especially ferocious and good at assassination. It shouldn't have anything to do with her. But even so, in Lu Jin's heart, Xie Qingying still couldn't escape the blame. So he continued to pester her. Who did she offend? Didn't she just offend you? You're the Prime Minister's niece, the daughter of the Xie family. She's just an ordinary orphan girl with no parents. If you wanted her to die, would she be able to live past tomorrow? I didn't. Xie Qingying was so angry that her face turned pale. Her breathing was rapid, and her heart was beating violently. She was about to go into shock. I don't like her, but that's a different matter. If I don't like someone, I want her to die. Murder is a felony. I'm not that crazy. Besides, what grudge does she have with me? She clearly has more grudges with the Qin family. At this point, Xie Qingying suddenly narrowed her eyes. What role does the Lu Corporation play in this? Someone told me that you used the name of the network security company to secretly install a backdoor into the Qin Corporation's intranet and even hacked into someone else's system to download internal financial documents. Why did you suddenly get dragged in? Lu Jin clenched his fists and his knuckles cracked. Being able to think of this means you're not stupid. He didn't say anything else. He turned around, pushed open the door, and left like a whirlwind. The 2 people he had brought with him stood guard at the door like door gods, not letting anyone in. After Lu Jin left, the nurse outside came in to comfort Xie Qingying and apologized to her for breaking into the ward. Xie Qingying, however, couldn't sleep anymore. She thought about what had happened recently, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Just then, her father, Xie Dezhao, pushed open the door and came in. He frowned and said, "Who was that person just now?" He was so aggressive in the elevator and kept glaring at me. Xie Qingying, was it a tall, thin, and average-looking man? Yes, how did you know? That person is a major shareholder of the Lu Corporation. He even questioned me just now. Xie Qingying smiled bitterly. However, as a major shareholder of a listed company, the content of the questioning was not related to her revelations, but to an ordinary friend. It was really puzzling. Xie Qingying searched the hospital bed. What are you looking for? My phone. Xie Qingying remembered that her phone seemed to have run out of battery in an instant. Later, when she was sent to the hospital, no one should have charged her phone, right? Xie Dezhao took out his phone, and it just happened to ring. He looked at it and handed it to Xie Qingying. It's your mommy. Xie Qingying's mother, Gu Tian, had been abroad recently to attend an art exhibition and had just received the news that Xie Qingying was injured. Xie Qingying quickly took the phone. "Mommy, I'm fine." On the other end of the phone, Gu Tian said anxiously, "How can you be fine? Your dad said it was a gunshot wound." "How can a gunshot wound be fine?" "Wait for me, I'll buy a plane ticket back to China right away." Xie Qingying comforted her mother a little more before hanging up. She then said to Xie Dezhao, "Dad, I'm hungry. Can you buy me a bowl of OG's congee with pork and century egg?" OG's congee with pork and century egg was in the 4th Ring Road. It would definitely take Xie Dezhao a lot of time to buy it. After sending Xie Dezhao away, Xie Qingying called He Zhichu. He Zhichu had come out of the hospital and gone to the military Central Network System Department. He was there, monitoring the imperial capital's channels and receiving instant messages at any time. When Xie Qingying called, he had just finished setting up all the checkpoints in the city. Seeing that it was Xie Qingying calling, He Zhichu picked up the phone. "Qingying, what's the matter?" He Zhichu's cold voice came from the phone. It was slightly hoarse. Xie Qingying's heart instantly softened. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Young Master He, what exactly is Nianji's identity? Why did those people use such a big force to deal with her? What is her relationship with the Lu Corporation?" He Zhichu, Xie Qingying relied on her reporter's intuition and eloquence to ask, "From the moment I received the news to the moment I published it as the headline news, causing the Lu Corporation stock to plummet, and then Nianji came to me, was this series of events continuous? The person who exposed me wasn't the Qin Private Hospital Group, nor was it the Lu Corporation. It was Gu Nianji, right? Is this informant the mastermind behind this? What grudge does he have with Nianji? Why did he go through so much trouble to kidnap her? What is it about Nianji that the other party is willing to pay any price to plot against her?" He Zhichu didn't speak for a long time. To be honest, Xie Qingying had indeed been caught in the crossfire this time. Moreover, she knew nothing about their complicated situation. She was like an outsider who had suddenly been pulled into the circle, but her eyes were still covered by a layer of fog. She couldn't see the waves under the surface. He Zhichu said apologetically, "Don't worry about it. I'll deal with Nianji's matter. Rest well and don't let your imagination run wild." "I'm not letting my imagination run wild." Xie Qingying hated He Zhichu's tone the most. She could tell now that He Zhichu was hiding many things from her, and he was blaming her for letting her imagination run wild. "If you don't tell me, won't I investigate it myself?" Xie Qingying said stubbornly, "Besides, we're lovers. Shouldn't lovers be honest with each other?" "Young Master He, what other concerns do you have about me? Would I not be on your side? Would you?" He Zhichu calmed down. "When you received the news, you didn't hesitate to expose it. Are you blaming me?" Xie Qingying's heart turned cold. Gu Nianji was right. She took a deep breath, and her heart tightened. It was as if someone was strangling her and stuffing pebbles into her throat. Her chest and stomach were heavy, and the wound on her shoulder hurt even more. Xie Qingying panted slightly, and her eyes were red. "If you had told me everything earlier, I wouldn't have done such a thing. How would I have known that the Lu Corporation was so close to Nianji? How would I have known that their target was actually Nianji? If you had known, you should have warned me to avoid these traps." She really couldn't be blamed for all of this. However, he wouldn't tell Xie Qingying everything. It was completely impossible. He Zhichu rubbed his temples with a headache. "You know now. That's enough. Don't say I didn't remind you this time. Don't worry about this anymore. Even if you're a reporter. You'll interfere with official business and affect our rescue of Nianji. If you still remember that Nianji saved your life, then show mercy. Don't try to use her to stir up news again. Xie Qingying's expression turned completely cold. Young master he, in your heart, am I such a person who has no principles and no bottom line? Even my savior is used to stir up news. You're questioning my professional ethics and character. I'm asking you for details because I want to know the truth so that I won't make the same mistake again. Besides, everyone knows that you're with me now, so the other party even used me this time. You're still hiding it from me. Do you think I'm a Superman who can see through the ulterior motives and conspiracies behind every incident? He Zhichu had nothing to say in the face of Xie Qingying's questioning. He looked at his watch. Qingying, you've already wasted 10 minutes of my time saving Nianji. Can you wait until Nianji returns safely before I answer your questions? During this time, can you promise me that you won't report anything related to Nianji? Okay. Xie Qingying's mood improved a little when she heard He Zhichu's words. She only needed a simple promise from the person she liked. I promise you that before Nianji is rescued, I won't report anything related to her. Also, I will supervise my colleagues and not let them leak anything. Okay, take care of yourself. Don't work so hard. He Zhichu's tone softened a little. After putting down the phone, He Zhichu threw himself back into his intense work. He had been busy for almost the entire night, but when it was almost dawn, another piece of news came. Young Master He. There was a sudden fire in our lab. After the fire was extinguished, Qin Yaoguang disappeared. He Zhichu raised his head and asked coldly, "What did you say? Who disappeared?" Qin Yaoguang. His personal secretary mustered up her courage and said, she was originally tied to the lab bench for experiments, but the lab next door suddenly caught fire, so everyone evacuated. When the fire was lifted and the experimenters returned, they found that Qin Yaoguang had disappeared from the lab bench. Our people quickly investigated and found that someone had taken advantage of the fire to kidnap Qin Yaoguang from the lab bench and headed south. He Zhichu slammed his fist on the computer console in front of him. Qin Baoi. It must have been Qin Baoi. Pass down my orders to speed up the search on the sea, land, and air, especially the vehicles and pedestrians heading south. Don't let a single one of them go. Qin Baoi was already on their wanted list, and now Qin Yaoguang was also on their wanted list. And there was still no news of Gu Nianji. This was today's Chapter 2 and 3 updates. Chapter 1906, Moment of Crisis, 5. Monthly votes, quickly come to the Major General's Bowl. It was also the third update today. P.S. Thank you to Autumn Clouds from Dowdo reading for the 10,000 views yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1918. He Zhichu's personal secretary first said loudly, yes. But then asked hesitantly. What about the north? Do we need to guard the north? He Zhichu raised his hand and said calmly, the south is more important, but don't relax on the north either. By the evening of the next day, all the roads south from the imperial capital were blocked, and even the planes were grounded. Lorraine saw Qin Yaoguang, who had been rescued by the Soviet diplomat Peter at the Soviet embassy, and was full of admiration for him. Okay, I'll listen to you. We'll go north to Siberia and then return to the United States through the Bering Strait. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. He said coldly, do you believe me now? I believe. Why don't you believe me? Lorraine took a puff of his cigar. Since I'm so determined to get Qin Yaoguang, those people from Huaxia are crazy. Did you see the road south? They even grounded their planes. This is crazy. Hu Xiaoheng turned around, his eyes bloodshot. That was just bait we threw out. As long as they believe us, it means we've succeeded. He raised his wrist and looked at his watch. There's no time to lose. Our embassy car will leave at 8:00 tonight and head north. As long as we can leave the imperial capital, we'll be halfway to success. Lorraine laughed loudly. No problem. I'll take my own car and leave first. I'll wait for you in Siberia. We'll see you there. Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and said politely, "Where's Qin Beiyoi? He hasn't contacted you yet. According to our agreement, if I get Qin Yaguang, you have to take Qin Beiyoi with you. This old man is very smart." Lorraine sneered. "Mr. Peter, you were right. He doesn't fully believe me. He just wants to use my connections to get him an American identity. Qin Beiyoi is so rich, but he didn't get an American green card in advance." Hua Xiaoheng asked in surprise. "No." Lorraine shrugged. "His company is in Huaxia. What's the use of getting a green card? He can't live in the United States for most of the year. Unless he gets a citizenship, but if he does, he'll become a foreigner. China does not allow foreigners to set up hospitals." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "That's why he still doesn't have permanent resident status." "Yes, so no matter which way he goes, he'll find me in America," Lorraine said proudly. "Then we'll meet in Siberia." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Qin Bei is also determined to get his daughter, Qin Yaoguang. "Please don't let your guard down, Mr. Lorraine." "Of course I know that." Lorraine had actually been stood up by Qin Bei this time and had lost face in front of Hua Xiaoheng. After he left, Hua Xiaoheng called He Zhichu. "Young Master He, what happened to Nianji? Haven't your men been following her? This is your territory." Hua Xiaoheng's voice was a little suppressed as he asked unhappily. He Zhichu said expressionlessly, "My people are setting up checkpoints everywhere. Don't you watch the news?" Hua Xiaoheng put down his phone and opened the social media site. Sure enough, news about the inspection point flooded the screen. What's the use of setting up a checkpoint now? If your people were useful, they wouldn't have lost her at the first sign of trouble. The two of them argued for a while before Hua Xiaoheng said to He Zhichu, "You'd better send more people to look for her. If you still can't find her, you'll have to commit suicide to atone for your crime." He Zhichu sneered. "Why don't you go look for her? Everyone knows what you're capable of, Mr. Peter. Although this is my territory, you, Mr. Peter, are in my territory as if you're in no one's land." Hua Xiaoheng, he was silent for a moment. "I have something urgent to attend to right now, so I can't spare the time for the time being. Nianji's whereabouts are up to you." "Ha ha ha ha. Peter, oh Peter, that's all you can do to Nianji." He Zhichu suddenly laughed arrogantly. The person who was listening to the phone almost thought that he was deaf and had misheard. Hua Xiaoheng had already hung up and didn't continue. However, just as he hung up on He Zhichu, Lu Jin and Lu Yuan called at almost the same time. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a second and answered Lu Jin's call first. "Uncle Lu." "Hua Xiaoheng, what are you doing? Do you know that Nianji is missing?" Lu Jin roared. Hua Xiaoheng nodded expressionlessly. "I just called He Zhichu and urged him to send someone to investigate." "Of course he has to investigate, but what about you? Don't tell me you're just going to wash your hands of it." Lu Jin was anxious and stomped his feet as he held the phone. "I still have something to do here, so I can't leave for the time being," Hua Xiaoheng said hesitantly. He held the window frame with one hand and almost made a handprint on it. Lu Jin was so angry that he blurted out, "You have something to do. What can be more important than Nianji?" "Hua Xiaoheng, don't say I didn't remind you. If you don't find Nianji this time, I won't let her marry you." Lu Jin slammed the phone down before Hua Xiaoheng answered Lu Yuan's call. He didn't talk to Lu Yuan like Lu Jin did. Lu Yuan wasn't as easy to fool as Lu Jin. "Xiaoheng, tell me, what's going on? Why didn't you look for Nianji?" Lu Yuan had been standing by the side and heard Lu Jin and Hu Xiaoheng's conversation. He also found it unbelievable. Hu Xiaoheng said, "The situation is very complicated and beyond our expectations. However, I've already sent people out. I hope we can find Nianji in time. Don't tell Uncle Lu." Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, got it. Do you need us to do anything? You'd better get to the bottom of the Lu Corporation as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be too passive," Hu Xiaoheng said implicitly. "I've already contacted my mother. She's looking forward to your return." "What?" Lu Yuan was shocked and almost couldn't hold his phone. "What did you say? When did you contact her? Why didn't I know? How did you contact her? Where did the energy come from?" Although Hu Xiaoheng was also very anxious, he still said patiently, "We'll talk about these things in detail when we have time. Hurry up and deal with the Lu Corporation." Although the crisis this time was beyond our expectations, from another perspective, it's an opportunity. As long as we make good use of it, we can get twice the result with half the effort. "Okay, I understand." Lu Yuan remembered that Hu Xiaoheng had just returned to the Soviet Union a while ago and suddenly understood something. Lu Jin saw that Lu Yuan was silent, so he immediately leaned over and asked nervously, "What did Hu Xiaoheng say? Did he look for Nianji? He has his plan. Don't worry, don't cause trouble for him." Lu Yuan could only comfort him like this. "Also, why don't we sort out the Lu Corporation first?" Lu Jin's face darkened as he glared at Lu Yuan. "What's his plan? Don't play dumb with me." Lu Yuan had promised Hu Xiaoheng that he couldn't tell Lu Jin about this. He was worried that he would act impulsively and really do something that would affect Hu Xiaoheng's plan. If Lu Jin went crazy, no one knew what earth-shattering things he would do. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't say what his plan was. He only said that the situation was very complicated and beyond their expectations. Lu Yuan thought about it and revealed, "Xiaoheng and the others originally had their own plans, but I heard that something exceeded their expectations. I'm guessing that Nianji's disappearance wasn't part of their plan." "Humph. They're all a bunch of trash." Lu Jin rolled his eyes. "They're usually so arrogant, but they can't even protect a little girl." Lu Yuan didn't say anything and just looked at him quietly. Lu Jin raked his hair in frustration and said angrily, "Don't look at me. I'm also one of those trash. So what if I'm powerful? I'm still being led by the nose by that old fart, Qin Bei." Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback. "You mean, Qin Bei ordered it? Who else could it be?" Lu Jin paced around the room. "When you said that Hu Xiaoheng had a plan, but the situation exceeded his expectations, I understood. Hasn't he been planning to deal with Qin Bei and Lorraine? That old fart, Qin Bei, must have used Lorraine and Hu Xiaoheng to confuse them and then took the opportunity to kidnap Nianji." Lu Yuan said calmly, "If that's the case, then Qin Bei has also made a move against us. Why do you think the matter of the Lu Corporation and the Qin Corporation's private group was suddenly exposed? Otherwise, why would they have been trapped at the press conference and allowed those people to kidnap Gu Nianji? Haha, that old fart, Qin Bei, really thinks he can fight me." Lu Jin's face revealed an extremely surly expression, just like that time when he had decided to send Gu Nianji to the other world and resolutely died. Lu Yuan immediately grabbed his arm and said seriously, "Look, now do you understand why Xiaoheng told me not to tell you? It's all my fault. If I say one more word, you might disrupt their plan. *CK your plan. I just want my daughter to come back safely." Lu Jin roared and pushed Lu Yuan away. His eyes were red. "Nianji isn't your daughter. It's easy for you to say that. Do you know how much hardship she suffered since she was young? Do you know what kind of bad luck she might suffer if she was kidnapped?" Lu Jin's hands trembled as he pointed at Lu Yuan and scolded, "I was impulsive. I can't control your ambitions. But as long as you give me a clue, I can find her as soon as possible. The earlier we find her, the less torture she'll suffer. I beg you. As a father, I beg you." When Lu Jin said this, Lu Yuan had yet to hang up the phone with Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng, who was on the other end of the phone, heard Lu Jin's words clearly. At that moment, his internal organs were burning, and he was under immense pressure. His dry lips opened and closed several times. In the end, he said to Lu Yuan, "President Lu, if Uncle Lu really wants to look for her, I can send him a message, but I hope he won't alert the enemy." Lu Jin snatched Lu Yuan's phone away and said loudly to Hu Xiaoheng, "What exactly do you want to do? You'd better tell me quickly." Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips. "We just got news that the car holding Nianji hostage is heading north. It might be heading out of the country to Siberia. If you're worried, you can follow that car, but if they find out, I won't be able to save the two of them." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1907, Moment of Crisis, 6. Monthly votes, come to the Major General's Bowl. It was also the third update today. The second and third update was also the big chapter at 8:00 in the evening. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1919. Why are we going to Siberia? Isn't that in the Soviet Union? Lu Jin exclaimed, but he quickly came back to his senses. Okay. I'll go. I won't let them find out. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his temples with a headache and continued to remind him, "If you find any traces of them, don't alert them. The leader of the kidnappers is an elite mercenary. They kill without batting an eye and are ruthless people who can give up their lives at any time to complete their mission." Lu Jin's heart shrank into a bowl. Who had put Gu Nianji in such a dangerous place? He thought about it for a while. He had already blamed all the people he should blame, but He Qingjian was left out. So he said unhappily, "This is Huaxia, He Qingjian's territory. How could he let such people sneak in? Isn't he afraid that these people's target is him?" Hu Xiaoheng didn't continue the topic. "I'm very busy. Don't contact me until we reach Siberia." He hung up the phone after saying that. He knew that by doing this, he would definitely offend Lu Jin, his father-in-law, but he had no other choice. Qin Bei's forces were too well hidden. He had been operating for too long, and he was too cunning. It was impossible to uproot him in a short period of time. If he had just escaped quietly, they really wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Fortunately, Qin Bei had been planning for so long, so of course he wouldn't be willing to suffer a crushing defeat. He was always preparing for a comeback, so he would never give up on Qin Yaoguang, which was why he had given them an opportunity. To be honest, they hadn't expected Qin Bei to be so greedy and conceited. Not only did he want Qin Yaoguang, but he also wanted Gu Nianji. It had only frightened Gu Nianji. Fortunately, Hu Xiaoheng and He Zhichu were both in this line of work. They were used to adapting to the situation and controlling the situation in time, so it didn't get out of hand. Gu Nianji woke up leisurely in the car. The sun had already risen. Another night had passed, she thought to herself. Looking at the scenery outside the car window, her heart sank. Had they already left the imperial capital? How long had she slept? Outside was no longer a bustling city with tall buildings. Instead, it was a green field and a low bungalow. She watched silently until the sun rose. Based on the direction of the sunlight, she confirmed that they were heading north. Where were they going? She looked at it for a moment, and a large piece of bread was suddenly placed in front of her. Dalaba, breakfast. Gu Nianji turned around and shifted her gaze from the huge piece of bread to the face of the person who spoke. It was the leader of the kidnappers. Her heart thumped. Liba means bread in Russian. Of course, it was a big piece of bread. What did this person mean by calling bread Daliba in China? Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and assumed an arrogant posture. She lifted her chin and said coldly, I want milk and steamed dumplings. This bread is dry and hard. I can't eat it. If you can't eat, then go hungry. The man had no intention of giving her special treatment. He retracted his hand and began to eat by himself. Gu Nianji glared at him fiercely and quickly glanced at the car. It was a modified SUV that was bigger than a normal SUV. 2 kidnappers were sitting in the front row. One was driving, and the other was sitting next to him with his head tilted on the car seat. He was probably still sleeping. There was only one person in the last row. He was lying across the seat with his feet almost touching the window. He was also sleeping. She and the leader of the kidnappers were sitting in the middle row, one on the left and the other on the right. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he wasn't sitting next to her. It was good to keep a distance. She had no appetite at all and was in a bad mood. Coupled with the fact that she had been knocked unconscious twice, her head hurt badly, and her expression was ugly. The leader of the kidnappers sitting on the right finished the dalaba in his hand in a few bites. He took out a bottle of mineral water and took a sip. Gu Nianji licked her lips. She was thirsty. She didn't have to eat, but she couldn't not drink water. After a moment of silence, Gu Nianji asked, What about the last one of you? Wasn't there 5 of us? The leader of the kidnappers on the right sneered. Do you still remember how many of us there were? You sure have guts. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. I can count with 5 fingers. Do I need guts? You underestimate me too much. I wouldn't dare. The man bowed slightly. The young one was tricked by you and wanted to compromise, so I killed him. He said it casually, but Gu Nianji could hear the strong sarcasm in his words. She pursed her lips and didn't speak anymore. She crossed her arms and leaned against the seat to rest. She slept again. When she woke up again, it was hazy outside. The sky was dark, and the clouds above her head were so thick that she could reach out and touch them. It should be evening already. The car sped down the road and stopped in front of a small shop not long after. The leader of the kidnappers stretched. Get out of the car and eat. Gu Nianji looked at him. She couldn't believe that this person was actually willing to let her go. She stood up eagerly and wanted to find a chance to escape, but the leader stretched out his long legs and blocked her way. You, sit down. Didn't you tell us to get out of the car and eat? Gu Nianji tried to suppress the frustration in her heart. Why can they go, but I can't? They will buy it. Just sit there obediently and don't use your little brain. The man's eyelids drooped and he said dryly, Don't get any funny ideas, or I'll break your beautiful neck. Gu Nianji was speechless. He was being so vigilant. He really thought highly of her. She sat down indignantly and said angrily, I want milk. And egg fried rice. The man said to the kidnapper who was about to get out of the car. Remember, buy a box of milk and a plate of egg fried rice. Gu Nianji didn't say anything. Her stomach was growling, and she didn't know when the kidnappers would buy food. She leaned her head against the dark brown car window and gently breathed on it. Then she accidentally used her finger to write the word SOS on the window. The leader of the kidnappers crossed his arms and took a nap next to her, as if he didn't care what she was doing. It was as if he was Buddha and no matter how capable she was just a monkey and couldn't escape from his palm. They traveled and stopped along the way. On the evening of the 3rd day, the sky was even gloomier. The weather forecast said there might be a typhoon and heavy rain. The kidnappers had been on the road for a few days and were about to leave the country. However, there seemed to be more checkpoints on the road. They were worried that they would be discovered, so they decided not to continue on the road. They wanted to find a small, remote hotel to stay for the night. Gu Nianji had only been trying to solve her personal problems for the past few days. The leader of the kidnappers had taken her out of the car and to those small shops to borrow. Now that they were going to stay, he wouldn't let her get out of the car just like that. A wet tissue was pressed against her, and Gu Nianji quickly fainted. She thought angrily and fainted again. When she woke up, she was already in a small room. The room was very clean and tidy, but also very simple. There were really only 2 single beds and 2 bedside cabinets. Gu Nianji turned over and sat up. She felt her back ache like a traveler who had trekked thousands of miles on foot. It had been too uncomfortable to stay in the car for the past few days. The leader of the kidnappers pushed the door open and came in with a tray in his hand. "This is milk and egg fried rice. Eat quickly and then go to sleep. There will be heavy rain tonight. It will stop early tomorrow morning, and we will continue on our journey." Gu Nianji took the milk bottle, bit open the bottle, and drank it silently. After drinking the milk, when she went to get the egg fried rice, she inadvertently glanced out of the window. Suddenly, she saw a tall, thin figure get out of an RV the size of a bus. That figure couldn't be more familiar. Gu Nianji's heart pounded wildly. That was Lu Jin, her biological father. He was here. He must be here to save her. Gu Nianji's eyes instantly turned red. She quickly lowered her head, afraid that the seemingly unfathomable leader of the kidnappers would see through her. She knew her father too well. If he really found out about her, she didn't know what earth-shattering things he would do. She hoped that he could save her, but she couldn't act rashly. If her father died here because of her, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. After all, the leader of the kidnappers would really kill. Lu Jin got out of the car, and his gaze swept across the few cars in the small parking lot in front of him. The SUV in the middle was the most obvious. He had been chasing after it for a few days, and he had finally caught up to it. If Hua Xiaoheng was right, Nianji should be in this car. Suppressing his excitement, he strode toward the inn. Gu Nianji wiped her face with the back of her hand and sat in front of the window. She picked up the egg fried rice and started eating again. After eating a few mouthfuls of the hard and astringent egg fried rice, Gu Nianji took another bottle of milk and turned around. She saw another person. It was Hua Xiaoheng. He was getting out of a Soviet-made SUV. He looked a little tired, but his eyes were still as sharp as an eagle's. He was wearing a casual hunting suit, and his pockets were bulging. Gu Nianji thought without hesitation that it must be full of guns and ammunition. She didn't feel afraid, but was filled with joy. The more weapons and ammunition her own people had, the safer she would be. Her father was here, and so was Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji finally believed that they hadn't given up on her. They had chased her all the way here. Gu Nianji was so excited that her hands were shaking, and the egg fried rice on her plate was about to be shaken out. A hand quietly reached over and held the bottom of her plate of egg fried rice. "What are you shaking for? Did you see something good?" The leader of the kidnappers said casually, and his eyes inadvertently swept past the window. Fortunately, Hua Xiaoheng had already returned to the car and wasn't seen by this person. Gu Nianji secretly breathed a sigh of relief and shrugged calmly. "I don't have any energy. You starved me for a few days, and you still expect me to be full of energy. You didn't eat yourself. You deserve to be hungry." The man didn't seem to doubt her anymore. He glared at her, snorted, and returned to his bed. He held his phone with both hands and began to play games. Gu Nianji watched him play games for a few days. A real sharpshooter playing PUBG and torturing all the players, big and small, to the point where they all ran away when they saw him. It was amazing. Gu Nianji sometimes couldn't help but want this person to play with her. He was really amazing. If he and Hu Xiaoheng were to be compared, she didn't know who would be better in this game. Gu Nianji's imagination ran wild, and even her appetite was much better. This time, she slowly finished the big plate of egg fried rice. The leader of the kidnappers took the tray out of the room and bumped into a tall, thin man at the door. Before he could flare up, the man quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I'm very nearsighted, so I couldn't find my glasses. I didn't see you. The corners of the kidnapper's mouth twitched. He was such a big living person, yet he couldn't see. He wasn't nearsighted, he was blind. Shaking his head, the kidnappers didn't say a word and went down by himself. Gu Nianji's room was, of course, locked from the inside. Lu Jin paused at the door for a moment but quickly went over again. He lived in the room next door. When he bumped into the kidnapper just now, Lu Jin had already stuck a small bug on the man's sleeve. As long as he didn't change his clothes, he could hear everything in the room. Of course, it didn't matter even if the man changed his clothes. After all, the bug was easy for him to make. The miniature battery the size of a fingertip was as useless as a piece of scrap plastic when it was used up. Lu Jin went to his room and stood at the window to look at the car from the Soviet embassy. He hadn't expected Hu Xiaoheng to have followed him all the way here. However, Hu Xiaoheng seemed to have other things to do. There was still someone in his car, and he hadn't come out since. He had just come down for a cigarette, and now he was back in the car. Not long after, another big car drove over. Lu Jin could tell at a glance that it was also an RV with a bedroom, kitchen, and living room, but it was 1/3 smaller than his. The two big cars almost filled the small parking lot. There was nothing they could do about it, because the weather had suddenly changed and the typhoon had actually landed here. None of them had expected it. This year's typhoon was not normal, so they could only take it as it came. Qin Bei didn't get out of the car. He just glanced at the parking lot outside. He first saw the car from the Soviet embassy, and he smiled slightly. Lorraine was really capable. She could even bribe the people from the Soviet embassy. With this car, their journey was much smoother. At least at those inspection points, Qin Bei could clearly see that the car drove straight past. After all, diplomacy was no small matter. Who would dare to stop the Soviet ambassador's private car for inspection? He knew that his daughter, Qin Yaoguang, was in this car. He turned his gaze again and saw the modified SUV that Gu Nianji was sitting in, and the smile on his face widened. This car was provided by him. Not only did it have surveillance equipment, but it also had an automatic explosive device. Even if this car was discovered, he would have the chance to detonate the entire car and let everyone inside go to God. The true perfect gene could only be in his hands. If he couldn't control it, no one else in this world deserved to have it. Finally, the RV that was even bigger than his RV caught his attention. How could such a big RV suddenly appear in such a remote and desolate place? This wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. This was today's Chapter 2 and 3 updates, Chapter 1908, Meeting of the Winds, 1. Including rewards and updates, the 50,000 Chidian coins and updates that the president of the League of Momo Moshi gave in April have arrived. Monthly votes, quickly come to the Major General's Bowl. It's also 3 updates today. Moi, little angels. Chapter 1920. Qin Beiyoi stared at the big RV in confusion for a while, feeling a little uneasy. He waved his hand to summon his confidant and pointed to the big limousine. Go and see whose car it is. His subordinate glanced at the big RV and also felt that it was a little strange. Boss, please wait a moment. I'll go and take a look. He got out of the car, took out a cigarette, and pretended to borrow a light. He went to Lu Jin's big RV and stuck his head out to take a look. There was no one in such a big RV. There seemed to be only one driver. Now that the driver had gotten out of the car, there was no one else in the RV. He looked around and walked into the small hotel. The lady boss of the small hotel was overjoyed today. There had never been many people staying in the hotel, but today, most of the rooms had been booked. The man walked over with a cigarette in his mouth and smiled at the lady boss. "Lady boss, business is booming. Thanks to you." The lady boss smiled so widely that her eyes could not be seen. "Are you also staying here?" "We still have some rooms here, but the second floor is full. There are only rooms on the first floor. Do you want them? I can give you a discount." "I see." The man took out his wallet and shook it. "I wanted to ask you, where's the person in the RV just now? Why are you looking for him?" The lady boss asked curiously. She remembered the big RV because it was rare to see such a luxurious big RV in a small place like theirs. "Well, he parked in the wrong place. Our boss's RV can't be parked," the man said with a smile. "So I wanted to ask him to make an exception." The lady boss did not suspect anything. Besides, it was a small hotel in a small place. The people were simple and honest, so there were not that many privacy clauses. She said readily, "He lives on the second floor." She was about to say Lu Jin's room number when she suddenly saw Lu Jin coming down from the second floor. She quickly pointed at him and said, "Oh, look, he's coming down. Can you tell him in person?" The man glanced at Lu Jin and saw that he was tall and thin. He looked ordinary and was wearing gray clothes. He looked like a driver and didn't look like a big boss at all. However, he did not dare to be negligent. He knew that there were all kinds of rich people in this world. What if this person just liked to keep a low profile and pretend to be cool? He leaned over and handed over a cigarette. He smiled and said, "Hello, boss. I'm the driver of that car." He pointed to the door. "I wanted to ask if you could move your car. My car can't fit in." Lu Jin saw the car from upstairs. He used his own equipment to detect it and found that the car could actually block electromagnetic signals. Needless to say, this was not a simple car. Lu Jin wasn't sure if Qin Bei was in the car. He didn't want to, nor did he dare to, alert the enemy, so he immediately went downstairs and said to the person who had come to inquire about the news, "Okay, no problem. I'm not the boss. This car was bought by our boss. I'll drive it back for him." "Drive it back?" The man suddenly realized. "It's someone else's car." "Yes, our boss's family has a mine," Lu Jin said seriously. "Do you know that?" I know. Qin Bei's subordinates almost burst into laughter. "So he's a nouveau riche from the northeast. No wonder he's willing to spend so much money to order such a large limousine. Looking at the direction, he must have bought the car from the imperial capital and was driving it all the way back." The nouveau riche in the northeast had always given people the impression that they were stupid but rich, so the man dispelled his doubts and said a few more compliments before returning to his car. "Boss, this car was ordered by a nouveau riche in the northeast who has a mine. The driver is the driver," the man said respectfully to Qin Bei. Qin Bei replied with an "Oh. Did you see the driver? Are you sure?" "I'm sure. That person is obviously a driver, and a driver from a small place. He has never seen the world before." The man chuckled. "Boss, you're too cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. If you know who our opponent is, you can't be too careful." Qin Bei snorted coldly and looked out the window at the sky. "It's almost dark. I heard there's a typhoon tonight, so it's just the right time to make a move." "Yes, boss." The person in the car became serious. Let's plan again. Qin Bei turned on his computer as he spoke. A high-altitude aerial view of the place appeared on the computer. It's the Soviet embassy's car. My daughter, Qin Yaguang, is in the car. We have to get her out when no one is paying attention. There's another person. She's probably not in the car now. She's staying in a hotel. You guys go and get her out. We'll meet here at 9:00 and head south together. Qin Bei closed the computer. Got it. Boss, aren't we heading north? Didn't you say we were going to Siberia? His subordinate asked curiously. Why did we suddenly change our route? Yes, boss. The search in the south is so tight. Aren't we walking right into a trap if we go south? Qin Bei narrowed his eyes. I keep feeling that our journey north is too smooth. There's a problem. Is that so? His subordinates looked at each other and didn't say anything else. The few of them began to divide the work and went out to scout. When the typhoon came and the rain poured down, they would make their move. It was a dark and windy night, and the typhoon and heavy rain could wipe away all traces. However, just as they were waiting to make their move, they suddenly heard the sound of an alarm. Qin Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he hid in the mezzanine of his RV without hesitation. The car's registration information wasn't his name anyway. The owner was someone else. Qin Bei wasn't afraid of the police checking the car, but he was afraid of the police checking the person. He had been hiding from He Qingjian for a long time. He almost thought that he couldn't hide anymore, so he got on LoveLore's trail and followed him from the Soviet Union to the United States. However, he still didn't trust this trail. He went all the way north, but he hadn't been found. He began to suspect again. He trusted the route from Southeast Asia to the United States that he had opened earlier. If possible, he hoped to get his hands on Qin Yaguang and Gu Nianji before he left the country and then get rid of Hu Xiaoheng. Qin Bei's subordinates immediately took their positions and pretended to get out of the car to check into a hotel. However, not long after these people got out of the car, several police cars surrounded the small parking lot. Some heavily armed police officers got out of the car and began to check the cars parked there one by one. They didn't dare to search the cars of the Soviet embassy, but they surrounded the two RVs in the parking lot and searched them one by one. Everyone in the car get out. Police search. Those people shouted loudly, and their auras were very fierce. Qin Bei hid in the mezzanine of the RV, and his back was sweating. He had just suspected that the other party was deliberately making him go north, but the other party had caught up. It seemed like he had been overthinking. At that moment, Qin Bei decided to go north and follow LoveLore. If it still didn't work, he would have to rely on the Soviet embassy's car. The police officers were very dedicated to searching Qin Bei's RV. They even used tools to knock on his car, as if they were looking for the mezzanine. Qin Bei wiped the cold sweat off his palms. The closest the other party was to him was only a hammer's length away. Fortunately, he had spent a lot of money on this car back then. The mezzanine was very well hidden. Just by knocking on it, there was no difference at all. However, the police still searched his car for a full 2 hours. It wasn't until it was raining cats and dogs outside that they reluctantly got out of the car. In the end, they warned the driver. Someone reported that there are illegal items in your car. Although they didn't find them, you must remember not to do anything illegal. Understood, Mr. Police. We definitely didn't do anything illegal. Qin Bei's driver nodded and bowed. Someone is falsely accusing us. Someone must be falsely accusing us. The police got out of the car and went to search the RV. They stayed there for more than an hour. By then, the typhoon had passed, and the rain had stopped. The thick clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the bright moonlight. Qin Bei's subordinate quietly asked him, "Boss, are we still going to rob people?" Rob my ass. Cancel the operation. Qin Bei angrily slapped his head. The moonlight is so bright outside. Are you going to rob people in front of others? The man was slapped so hard he didn't dare make another sound. Tonight's operation had to be aborted. They nervously looked at the other RV and only breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the police get out of the RV without finding anything. The police officers got into their police cars in 2s and 3s. One of them sat alone in the police car and held a walkie-talkie to talk to He-Ji-Chu. "Chief, everything is normal." At that moment, He-Ji-Chu was sitting in a very low-key, ordinary black bulletproof car. His eyes were glued to the operation. The car was in this small parking lot. He had been waiting here before Hu Xiaoheng and the others arrived. He knew that Hu Xiaoheng and the others would stay here for the night, and he had also speculated that Qin Bei would definitely come here. All of this was a trap set up by him and Hu Xiaoheng to force Qin Bei from the south to the north step by step. Now that they were almost out of the country, in order to make Qin Bei feel at ease, he still had to pretend to chase them to the north. Otherwise, the cunning Qin Bei might sense that something was amiss and suddenly change his mind to head south. If that happened, their plan would be foiled. In fact, He-Ji-Chu had a very accurate grasp of Qin Bei's intentions. If he hadn't called the police for a surprise inspection, Qin Bei would have really turned around and run south. At this time, the cabinet and the military in the imperial capital were experiencing a major earthquake. General He Qingjian of the military suddenly arrested several high-ranking generals in the military in a swift and decisive manner. One of the people with the highest position and military rank had already entered the Supreme Council of the military, but he had not yet entered the Standing Committee. Lieutenant General Lin, you are suspected of eavesdropping on the recordings of high-ranking generals' calls and tipping off the wanted criminal, Qin Bei. This is the arrest warrant from the Supreme Court of the military. Major General Zhao, you are suspected of accepting and selling bribes from foreign forces, leaking confidential meeting records, and violating the confidentiality law and national security law. The Supreme Military Court has issued an arrest warrant. In the cabinet, Prime Minister Xia Beichen personally approved the arrest warrant issued by the Imperial Capital Intermediate Court. The head of the medical department and the deputy head of the finance department were also suddenly arrested. They were all suspected of colluding with Qin Bei and providing the door for private hospitals to flourish. This action reached Qin Bei almost at the same time. He looked at the misty night outside the car window, and his hand holding his phone kept trembling. He asked in disbelief. "They've all been arrested. Not a single one of our people were spared." This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1909. Meeting of the Elites, 2. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today is Monday, and recommendation votes are especially important. Today is also the third update. The second and third updates are the big chapters at 8:00 in the evening, and the two updates are combined. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1921. The person who called Qin Bei was his nephew, Qin Haoshan. These people who were captured were all closely related to the Qin clan. As Qin Bei's most promising successor, Qin Haoshan had some understanding of the situation. Especially when Qin Bei planned to go abroad to avoid the limelight. Before he left, he told Qin Haoshan everything about his family situation. However, not long after Qin Haoshan took over, he discovered that all of them had been arrested. This was too much of a coincidence. On the phone, Qin Haoshan's voice was not loud. Perhaps it was because of the poor signal, it was a little intermittent. "Uncle, I think it's quite normal if one or two of them were arrested. Now, all the people on the list you gave me have been arrested. That's not normal." Of course it was abnormal. Those who had a beneficial relationship with the Qin family were all over the cabinet, the military, and even the Senate. However, the members of the parliament had immunity, so the court was temporarily unable to arrest them. But these were all weaknesses. If these things were directly exposed through the media during the change of parliament, who would be elected? When he couldn't be selected, the court's arrest warrant would naturally come. Qin Beiyue was still pondering over the matters of the council when Qin Haoshan gave him another blow to the head. As for those members of the parliament that you mentioned, I just found out that they have been restricted from leaving the country. Qin Bei's face grew darker and darker. At the end, he immediately said, "All right, since everything in the country has been handed over to you, do as you see fit. I'm hanging up. Don't call this number again in case it's traced." After that, he hung up the phone and activated the electromagnetic shield again. Qin Haoshan's call was not supposed to come through. However, when Qin Bei's men got out of the car to investigate, they received a message from Qin Haoshan, setting up a time to talk to Qin Bei. Only then did Qin Bei temporarily deactivate the electromagnetic shield and call Qin Haoshan. He looked at the two cars in the parking lot again and said with a gloomy expression, "We'll leave at dawn and go straight to the agreed place in Siberia." His RV was quite eye-catching, and if he kept following behind the Soviet embassy and the SUV, it might attract the attention of the police. He had brought this mezzanine with him in order to kidnap someone on the way. Now, he didn't dare to do it anymore. He was like a groundhog that sensed the arrival of winter, wishing that he could directly burrow into the ground. When Gu Nianji woke up, she saw that it was already bright outside. She rubbed her eyes and saw that there was no one on the single bed beside her. Where did the head kidnapper go? Puzzled, she sat up and hugged her blanket as she muttered to herself. Just as he was pondering, the door to his room was kicked open. The leader of the kidnappers said coldly, finally awake. "Leave when you wake up. It's already past breakfast time." Gu Nianji got up in a huff. She sneered and said, "You want me to get on the bus with an empty stomach? It's not like I've never been hungry before." The leader of the kidnappers scoffed, "As long as you don't starve to death and we successfully hand you over to the boss, we're done. Whether you're hungry or not is none of our business." Gu Nianji glared at him a few times before lifting the covers and getting out of bed. She went to the bathroom to wash her face and brush her teeth. It had been inconvenient to do anything in the car for the past few days. She felt that her body was rancid. But she didn't dare to find a random hotel to take a shower. "So I would rather be dirty. I'll just brush my teeth and wash my face." Coming out of the bathroom, the leader of the kidnappers threw her a bag of iced milk and a bottle of a treasure porridge that was commonly seen in a small county town. He said expressionlessly, "It's a remote village. There's nothing else. Make do with it." Gu Nianji, she took the milk and a treasure porridge and held them in her hands as she walked out of the room with the leader of the kidnappers. The leader of the kidnappers naturally held her arm as if he was supporting her. In fact, he was restraining her because he was worried that she would run away. Gu Nianji went downstairs and saw that there was no one there. The lady boss from yesterday had not even woken up yet. She was a little discouraged. She had wanted to call for help, but now it seemed that if she called for help, it would only alert the enemy. Hu Xiaoheng and Lu Jin hadn't done anything last night, so Gu Nianji understood that they must have had other plans. She looked at the leader of the kidnappers beside her from the corner of her eyes. To be honest, she felt that this person gave her a familiar feeling. She got into the car silently and obediently sat in the middle seat. She lowered her head and sipped the milk. The leader of the kidnappers saw that she didn't cry or make a fuss, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He thought to himself that this girl was really open-minded. She was so cooperative that others might think that they were accomplices. The car quickly started and was the first to leave the parking lot of the small shop. It continued north. Lu Jin sat in his RV, wearing a Bluetooth headset to receive information. He had bumped into the leader of the kidnappers yesterday and had already put a small listening device on his clothes. He had heard everything that had happened in the next room last night. He had barely slept all night and only quietly guarded Gunyanji. As long as there was any movement in the next room, he would rush in without a care. Fortunately, everything in the next room was quiet and normal. He could even hear Gunyanji discussing the game with the leader of the kidnappers. This discovery made him both angry and amused. He swore that after this matter was settled, he would practice the game of chicken dinner and show off in front of his daughter. A daughter had to be raised well. She couldn't be coaxed away by those brats' little tricks. For example, he knew how to play games. He silently watched Gunyanji get into the car and then watched her car leave. Only then did he start the RV and continue driving forward. Not long after, Hu Xiaoheng and the others also walked out of the small hotel. They got into the car of the Soviet embassy and drove in the direction of the car in front of them. In the car, he habitually looked at his watch. The watch was actually a small computer with many functions. One of its functions was to watch videos. What Gunyanji didn't know was that along the way, Hu Xiaoheng and He Zhichu had been able to check on her condition through special channels to ensure that she was fine. On the rectangular screen of the watch, Gunyanji was eating 8 treasures porridge. From time to time, she would glare angrily to the side. Like an impatient little kitten, she would raise her meaty little claws and send out a "I'm super fierce" signal. Hu Xiaoheng didn't realize that the corners of his mouth had already curled up. He rubbed his fingers against Gunyanji's face on the screen of the watch. He reluctantly turned off the screen and put on the Bluetooth headset. This way, he could use a Bluetooth headset to monitor the situation instead of staring at the phone screen. Not long after, he received a call from He Zhichu. The target has just left the parking lot. It turned out that Qin Baiyoi was a cunning old fox. He waited for all the cars in the parking lot to leave before he was the last to leave. Hu Xiaoheng didn't mind and sent He Zhichu a message, "See you at the Tunguska Hotel in Siberia." After leaving the country's border, their journey sped up. Because they didn't have to avoid the police convoy that appeared from time to time, they didn't have to take detours to affect their speed. It only took them 2 days and 1 night to arrive at the Tunguska region of Siberia. Along the way, everyone had different moods, and very few people enjoyed the beautiful scenery along the way. Gunyanji was an exception. She looked at the land and thought of the tense and exciting days she had spent with Hu Xiaoheng and the KGB in the other world. The scenery was the same, but the people had changed. The sky gradually darkened, and the forest in the distance was like the famous oil painting, Birch Forest, by the most romantic painter of the Soviet Union, Kuinji. She leaned against the car window and looked out at the primeval forest that was getting closer and closer. She sighed softly. Unexpectedly, the leader of the kidnappers didn't mock her. He only watched his surroundings warily. Just before getting out of the car, the leader of the kidnappers suddenly moved to the last row. He reached out and covered the man's face with a wet tissue. The kidnapper had been sleeping there the whole time. When the wet tissue covered his face, he tilted his head almost without a sound. The leader of the kidnappers retreated. As soon as the car stopped, the leader of the kidnappers suddenly leaned out from the front row. He stretched out his arms and grabbed the necks of the 2 kidnappers in front of him. He gradually tightened his grip. The 2 kidnappers in the front row weren't on guard against their own people attacking them. Reflexively, they could only desperately pull on the man's arm. However, the man's arm was like cast iron and couldn't be pulled at all. Seeing that his arm was getting tighter and tighter, the 2 people in the front row kicked their legs twice. The driver waved his arm and accidentally hit the horn on the steering wheel. The car let out a few rapid whistles and then went silent. Gunyanji watched the sudden change and her entire body stiffened. What was this person doing? Was he going to kill her too? She nervously rubbed against the car window and was almost pressed against the window glass. However, after the leader of the kidnappers killed the other 3 kidnappers in the car, he calmly pressed the horn a few times, 3 long and 2 short, as if he was sending a signal. Gu Nianji was still in shock when she saw the car door suddenly open and Hu Xiaoheng's figure appeared in front of the car door. Gu Nianji thought she was seeing things and was rubbing her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng had already rushed into the car and came to her side. He bent down to pick her up and lowered his head to kiss her passionately on the lips. The leader of the kidnappers looked at them with a smile and patted Hu Xiaoheng on the shoulder. He said in Russian, "Mr. Hu, your fiancé is in good condition. Don't worry about me." Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help himself just now. No amount of self-control would allow him to control himself. Hearing the words of the leader of the kidnappers, his self-control and forbearance returned. Gu Nianji gripped Hu Xiaoheng's shirt tightly and said in a trembling voice, "You asked them to kidnap me." Hu Xiaoheng shook his head and said in a low voice, "How could that be? It was my fault. I didn't expect Qin Beiyue to be so crazy. Young master, he contacted Peter in time. It's a long story. Let's talk about it when we get back." Gu Nianji nodded. Hu Xiaoheng turned around to look at the leader of the kidnappers, who always had his eyelids drooping. He reached out his hand. "Thank you." The leader of the kidnappers smiled and shook his hand. Gu Nianji looked at the 2 of them in surprise. "He's the real Peter." The leader of the kidnappers looked at her in surprise. "You know me." Gu Nianji smiled and blinked. She said in riddles, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known he was fake." The leader of the kidnappers was the real ace of the Far East, Peter of the KGB. He never appeared in front of anyone, and only 2 people knew his true identity. He didn't expect there to be 2 more now. Peter cursed the people from the Secret Service for being unreliable in his heart, but he still had to maintain a smile on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "You 2 are too smart, but I hope you can keep this a secret. Even young master, he in general, he don't know that I'm the real Peter." Hu Xiaoheng thought to himself that he Ji-Chu and he Qingjian might have known, but they just didn't want to expose him. However, Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything and nodded. "Of course we won't tell." He held Gu Nianji's hand and said to Peter, "I'll take her to the room on the 2nd floor of the hotel. I'll have to trouble you to take her out tomorrow." "No problem." Peter whistled and said with a half-smile, "Then you don't have to monitor me anymore, right?" Hu Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. "I'm not monitoring you." He was telling the truth. He was only monitoring Gu Nianji. Moreover, he Ji-Chu had shared the surveillance equipment with him, so it had nothing to do with him. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng brought her to the room on the 2nd floor of the Tunguska Hotel. She thought he was going to stay and be affectionate with her for a while. Unexpectedly, the moment the door was pushed open, the 2 people who were already waiting in the room stood up. A tall, thin figure quickly ran over. "Nianji." Gu Nianji looked up and saw Lu Yuan and Lu Jin in the room. Lu Jin ran over quickly, his face overjoyed, as if a lost treasure had returned to his palm. Gu Nianji was overjoyed and plunged into Lu Jin's arms. "Dad! Why did you arrive earlier than us?" She had secretly paid attention to the big RV on the way. However, they had parted ways at a fork in the road before leaving the country. They took the small road out of the country, and the big RV continued to speed down the main road. Lu Jin rubbed her head. "Boss Lu arrived earlier than me. If I had known, I would have flown over with him." Although he said that, he was still worried. Therefore, it was better to follow him all the way. Hu Xiaoheng smiled at the door as he watched the surprise of the father-daughter reunion. He Ji-Chu's voice came through the Bluetooth headset. "Major General Hu, the target's car has arrived." Only then did Qin Beiyue arrive. Hu Xiaoheng quickly responded and said to Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, "Qin Beiyue is here." You guys have to hide well. At least wait until we set off again tomorrow before you guys can show up. Okay, no problem. Lu Yuan walked over and grabbed Lu Jin's arm. He said to Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng, we'll leave first. It's in the next room. What time are we leaving tomorrow? Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. The agreed time is 9:00 in the morning. But General he still has something to do, so we have to arrive at 7:00. Arrive at 7:00. Where? 9:00. What are you doing? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng curiously, then at Lu Yuan. She couldn't tell anything from their faces. She looked at Lu Jin again. He had the same dumbfounded expression as her. All right, Gu Nianji shook her head. I'm too tired. I need to take a shower. I've been smelly for the past few days. No, it's already smelly. She then thought about how Hu Xiaoheng had hugged and kissed her, but the smell on her body, Gu Nianji's face instantly turned red. She pushed Lu Jin and said repeatedly, hurry up and go. I'm going to take a shower. Hu Xiaoheng turned to the side to let Lu Jin and Lu Yuan out, but he flashed in and said, I'll help you check if there are any surveillance cameras or listening devices here. This was the second and third chapter of today's chapter, Chapter 1910, Meeting of the Storm, 3. Including rewards and chapters, McMug Loves Blue has been promoted to the leader of the July Alliance. Remind everyone of the recommendation votes and monthly votes. It's also the third chapter today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1922. Lu Jin's ears twitched and he quickly said, do you want to check if there are any surveillance devices in the bathroom? I've already checked. There are no surveillance devices here. Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji covered her mouth and giggled. She poked her head out from behind Hu Xiaoheng and said with a smile, that's great. Dad, but I'm timid. I feel safer with someone waiting outside. Otherwise, what if someone breaks in after you guys leave? Lu Jin also struggled to go back into the house. It's okay. I'll stay here with you. Nianji, Lu Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed his arm and strode out as he said, what can you do if you stay here? If someone really breaks in, will you shoot or fight? Don't tell me you still need Nianji's help. Lu Jin looked back at the door that had just closed reluctantly and muttered. Do I need to fight and shoot when I'm fighting someone? I can directly use a high-frequency sonic weapon to make the other party go insane. Or I can use a pepper spray that's comparable to a chemical weapon. One tube can paralyze a squad of soldiers. Lu Yuan. Closing the door, Hu Xiaoheng looked down at Gu Nianji and hugged her tightly in his arms again. Although Gu Nianji hadn't really recovered this time, the moment he found out that Xie Qingying's company had suddenly been invaded by kidnappers, his heart stopped for a few seconds. This experience made him realize once again that this was not his home, nor was it his territory. Fortunately, He Jichu was strong, and fortunately, they had already reached a cooperation agreement. Gu Nianji pushed him away embarrassedly and said, I really need to take a shower. You don't feel bad, but I do. Hu Xiaoheng held her arm with both hands and said tenderly. You're fine. Luckily, you're fine. Yes, I'm fine. I knew you would come to save me. Gu Nianji hugged his neck and tiptoed to kiss him on the lips. Now I really need to take a shower. Hu Xiaoheng followed her reluctantly, but was pushed out by Gu Nianji at the bathroom door. He was in a good mood and didn't mind. He turned on the television in the living room alone. When he turned to the news channel, he saw a piece of current news. Although it was Russian, he could understand it. The news was about General He Qingjian of the Huaxia Empire. At the invitation of Pushkin, the head of the Soviet Union, he would pay a 5-day state visit to the Soviet Union. Hu Xiaoheng smiled. It seemed that He Qingjian was also in place. Because today, He Qingjian had arrived in Moscow, the capital of the Soviet Union. He watched TV for a while and waited for Gu Nianji to come out of the shower before his phone rang again. She picked it up and saw that it was He Jichu's call. He gestured to Gu Nianji, then swiped open his phone to answer the call. He Jichu's voice was distant, as if he was calling Hua Xiaoheng from a very empty place. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Young Master He, what happened? It's fine. Have you settled things with Lorraine? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and said, it's not completely set. I need Lorraine there tomorrow. Young Master He, I'll leave the task of clearing the area to you. He Jichu nodded. I'll do my best. But Lorraine's identity isn't ordinary, so you need to have a foolproof plan. Hua Xiaoheng decided to personally see where they were going tomorrow. He said, I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji apologetically. I still have things to do, so I can't accompany you. It's okay, go do your thing. Gu Nianji wiped her hair with a towel and said with a smile, it's young Master He. He's here too. Why didn't he come to see me? He still has a mission, Hua Xiaoheng said without changing his expression. Qin Baoi is here too. Don't go out at night. Peter will stay in the living room for the night. Gu Nianji's eyebrows had just risen when Hua Xiaoheng added, your father and President Liu will both come to accompany you. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. She couldn't stand to be alone with Peter again. Hua Xiaoheng called Lu Yuan and waited for them to knock on the door before he got up and left. Lu Jin walked in with a smile and patted Hua Xiaoheng on the shoulder. That's more like it. Hua Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan closed the door and said, sit down first, or it won't be good if someone sees you. There was only one night left. As long as she made it through this night, she would be able to succeed tomorrow. Gu Nianji smiled and joked with Lu Jin and Lu Yuan before yawning and going to bed in the bedroom. Not long after, Peter arrived as well. He pretended not to see Lu Yuan and Lu Jin in the room. He came in and found the sofa to lie down. He rested his head on his arm and began to close his eyes to rest. Lu Yuan gave Lu Jin a look to tell him not to say anything else. Lu Jin couldn't help it. He took out his phone and said loudly, I'll play a game. Do you know how to play PUBG? Lu Yuan, Peter's eyelids fluttered and he continued to sleep. Hua Xiaoheng came out of the hotel and called Lorraine first. Lorraine arrived this morning, more than 10 hours earlier than Hua Xiaoheng and the others. Hua Xiaoheng and the others had finally arrived, and Lorraine was also very excited. He picked up the phone and asked with a smile, Mr. Peter, have you brought the person? Of course I have. Hua Xiaoheng lit a cigarette to wake himself up and said lightly, shouldn't we talk about how to deal with her? Didn't we agree? From Siberia north through the Bering Strait to the United States. Of course she has to come with me. No way. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. We agreed that Qin Bei would go to the United States with you. Qin Yaoguang, we still have to discuss it. Discuss what? Lorraine's face darkened. You know my goal is only Qin Yaoguang. Yes, we have the same goal. Hua Xiaoheng blew out a smoke ring. Our KGB also needs her for experiments. Besides, the people who contributed to getting her out are all our people. Do you think it's that easy for you to get a share of the pie? When Lorraine heard this, not only did all her doubts disappear, but she also trusted Hua Xiaoheng even more. In his opinion, the only way to do business was to keep asking for too much. If he didn't offer a price, how could he negotiate? If the other party really didn't want anything and gave Qin Yaoguang away, he would instead suspect that the whole thing was a trap. Fortunately, the other party did not do so. Instead, he kept haggling with him, wishing that he could get rid of him and act alone. This method was exactly what Lorraine wanted. He was firmly tied to Hua Xiaoheng's war chariot. Lorraine smiled and said, "So what do you want to do? Name your price." "Qin Yaoguang's jeans are priceless. I'm afraid it's useless for you to talk about money with us." "Then what do you want to do?" "I must obtain her perfect genes." Lorraine's smile faded. "No matter what the conditions are. Otherwise, I'll call He Qingjin right away." Laurel threatened Hua Xiaoheng by pretending to be injured on both sides. Hua Xiaoheng refused to let go, but it was just a way of inviting her into the trap. He pretended to be in a difficult position. After a moment of silence, he said, "Since both of us need Qin Yaoguang's perfect genes, why don't we sign a cooperation agreement and set up a new type of underground laboratory here to specifically study Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shi's perfect genes?" Lorraine also thought for a moment and said, "I agree to cooperate, but the laboratory has to be set up in the United States, in my territory. Wen Shi is already in my hands, and Qin Yaoguang is her biological mother. If the two of them study together, I'm afraid we'll progress faster." Hua Xiaoheng didn't care where the laboratory was at all, but he definitely had to object. He couldn't let Lorraine feel that it was too easy. No one would value something that was too easy to obtain. The two of them talked for nearly 2 hours. It was already midnight when Lorraine said tiredly, "I can't give in anymore. The laboratory can be built in Alaska, close to the Bering Strait. Is that okay?" This place was also the closest place to the Soviet Union. Hua Xiaoheng finally said reluctantly, "Then sign a 1-year contract first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about the conditions." "Peter, don't go too far." Lorraine was furious. She slammed the table and said, "I'll pay for the laboratory and the lab staff. You just have to wait to share the results. What else are you dissatisfied with? Our people have to monitor the laboratory. Otherwise, how will we know if you've done anything?" Hua Xiaoheng fought for the last condition. With the KGB monitoring, the other party wouldn't dare to do anything. Lorraine hesitated for a long time before nodding and saying, "Okay, then sign for a year first. We'll see the results after a year." Anyway, by then, the person would already be in his hands, so Lorraine wasn't afraid that the KGB would go back on their word. They had each other's weaknesses in their hands, and they had common interests. This kind of cooperation was the only way to last. Qin Bei arrived at the parking lot of the Tunguska Hotel. He didn't get out of the RV. Instead, he deactivated the RV's electromagnetic shield and called Lorraine. However, Lorraine's number kept showing that he was busy, so he couldn't get through. Qin Bei had one of his subordinates go down to the hotel and get a room, while he stayed in the RV with his bodyguards and trusted subordinates. He had his subordinates keep calling Lorraine, but Lorraine's phone finally got through in the middle of the night. Qin Bei coughed twice and said unhappily, "Mr. Lorraine, you're really busy." Lorraine smiled. "Mr. Qin, I'm so busy, but I still specially came to take you to America. You have to understand my sincerity." Qin Bei felt a little better and said, "Of course I understand Mr. Lorraine's sincerity. But what exactly do you plan to do? What about my daughter? When can she leave the KGB of the Soviet Union? I've already made an appointment with the Soviets." Lorraine said happily, "At 7:00 tomorrow morning, we'll go to the Tunguska sinkhole to make the deal. Be there or be square." This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 1911, Meeting of the Stars, 4. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's also the third chapter today. The second and third chapters are the big chapters at 8:00 in the evening, and the two chapters are combined. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1923. Qin Bei nodded slightly. 7:00. Okay, I'll see you there. After putting down the phone, Bei waved for his men to come over. Go to the Tunguska sinkhole and take a look. Go make arrangements now and find out if there's anyone else there. Bei was a person who was cautious to the bone. Bei's men brought 2 men and sneaked to the area where the Tunguska sinkhole was located overnight. It was already the end of September and the beginning of October. In the imperial capital of Huaxia, it was still autumn, but in the Tunguska region of Siberia, the temperature had already dropped. Especially at night, it was almost 0 degrees. They wore jackets that didn't keep them warm and looked ahead sneakily. It was already late at night, and the sky was covered with thick clouds. There were no stars or moon, but it wasn't particularly dark either. The color of the sky was a little dark yellow. As far as the eye could see, they could see the shadows of the mountains in the distance. There were trees everywhere, and they couldn't see the end of it. The Tunguska sinkhole was actually a butterfly-shaped area that spanned 50 kilometers at its widest point, and the deepest part was connected to an underground river. But at the very center, there was a ring-shaped depression. How could they possibly explore such a big place with just a few of them? Therefore, they only found the coordinates that Bei had told them and carefully checked within a radius of about 10 meters. After confirming that there was no one else around, they returned home. Boss, we've already looked over there. It's very barren and very cold. There can't be anyone else there. They must have frozen to death after staying there all night. His men rubbed their hands and breathed into their mouths. They were so cold that they were shivering, and even their eyebrows were covered in frost. However, the frost quickly melted in the warm RV. Although Bei's heart was still pounding, he felt that it was because he was about to achieve his goal, so he was naturally nervous. Gu Nianji slept very soundly. She was woken up by Lu Jin at 5:00 the next morning, but she still couldn't bear to open her eyes. However, Lu Jin said, "Boss Lu made breakfast." Gu Nianji was instantly awake. She immediately sat up, her voice still hoarse from when she had just woken up. "Really? What's for breakfast?" Lu Jin knew her best. This was the best tool to get out of bed. Lu Jin chuckled and said, "Boss Lu made beef buns. There's only beef and flour. Otherwise, he could make pork buns." Gu Nianji suddenly felt extremely hungry. She ate her fill in the dining room, then went to the bathroom to take a shower and change her clothes. Lu Jin had brought her several sets of clothes and placed them on the bed in the bedroom for her to choose from. Gu Nianji was very surprised, but when she thought about Lu Jin's ostentatious RV, she felt relieved. She picked out a grayish-green hunting jacket, calf-length boots, and gray hunting pants of the same style. Inside, she wore a close-fitting primrose cashmere turtleneck pullover. She was dressed valiantly and pushed open the door. Lu Jin saw this and said with a smile, "This set is good. This set has a bulletproof layer inside. It can protect against heavy snipers and even missiles." Gu Nianji was speechless. "Dad, can you not say that? It sounds quite scary." Lu Jin didn't think it was a curse. He said disapprovingly, "It's better to nip it in the bud. Who knows what they're up to?" "Dad, are you going to wear this too?" Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin and then at Lu Yuan. She saw that their clothes were no different from usual. Lu Jin took out 2 sets of khaki gray windbreakers and said, "Of course, this is it." He threw one to Lu Yuan and put on the other himself. Lu Yuan looked at him and wanted to say something, but he still put it on silently and didn't say anything else. He knew Lu Jin too well. If he said another word, he didn't know what else would come out of it. Peter, who was sitting on the windowsill, looked at them with interest. He reached out and said, "Anything else? Give me one." "No." Lu Jin refused without hesitation. "Isn't the KGB invulnerable? Why are you afraid of bullets? He was still angry at Peter. Peter rubbed his nose in amusement. What happened to the KGB? The KGB was also human. Of course they were afraid of bullets. Lu Yuan looked at his watch with a smile. It's already 6:30. Shouldn't we leave? Gu Nianji looked out of the window. The clouds were still thick, and the sky was extremely yellow. She couldn't help saying, it looks like it's going to snow. In Siberia, the temperature began to drop in October, and it often snowed. It was already the end of September, so it wasn't impossible for it to snow. It's good that it's snowing. Lu Jin sighed. The white ground is so clean. Gu Nianji, she rubbed her forehead. Dad, where did you park your big RV? Won't anyone see it? Qin Beiyoi was so cautious. A few days ago, when he was at the small hotel by the roadside in Huaxia, he had sent people to investigate Lu Jin's big RV. Gu Nianji saw it through the window. Lu Jin smiled and said, it's fine. Major General Hu found me a secluded place to park. No one will see it. Actually, Hu Xiaoheng had asked him to park at the place where the hotel staff parked their cars. There was a tall wall there, and the hotel's customers were not allowed to enter. Qin Beiyoi would never have thought of looking at all the cars in the hotel's underground parking lot, nor would he have thought that Lu Jin's car was going the same way as him. Lu Jin wasn't taking the same path as him, but they were going to the same place. Gu Nianji let go of her worries and didn't ask any more questions. She pulled up the hood of her hunting jacket and followed Peter out the door. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, on the other hand, waited for a while before going out. While Peter was driving, he answered a phone call. He said calmly, "Boss, no problem. Everything is normal. We're going to the place you specified." The boss on the other end of the phone was Qin Beiyoi. He used a voice changer to make a phone call, so it sounded completely different from his own voice. However, the occasional coughing gave away some clues. Peter didn't care. He stroked the steering wheel and drove through the Siberian wilderness at 6 in the morning. At first, there were no other cars on the road, but when they were about to reach their destination, Gu Nianji saw two other cars. One was the Soviet embassy car that Hu Xiaoheng was in, and the other was a very high-end custom-made Rolls-Royce Phantom. She glanced at it casually, then retracted her gaze and looked ahead. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She was familiar with this place. Wasn't this the Tunguska sinkhole in Siberia? The sun was about to rise. The beautiful morning glow fell on the hills in the distance, like an oil painting with thick ink and heavy colors. The mountains in the distance were undulating, and there were towering trees everywhere with thick leaves. The morning light shone from the east and shone on the peaks of the mountains. Nearby, however, was a round plain. Trees from high to low surrounded the area. Their car had already arrived at the entrance to the circular plain. Peter parked the car in a hidden place in the woods and contacted Qin Beiyoi by phone. Qin Beiyoi had changed to a different car. It wasn't the big RV, but a very hard and sturdy custom-made Cadillac bulletproof sedan. He answered Peter's call and nodded with satisfaction. "Stay there. Don't come out. When I'm done with them, you can hand the person over to me." He reminded Peter over the phone to disguise Gu Nianji so that she couldn't speak. In short, he couldn't let Lorraine see who this person was. Peter agreed readily and took out a metal suitcase under the car seat. He opened it and saw that it was full of disguises. This was standard equipment for KGB missions. Gu Nianji sat motionless in the seat and let Peter apply some paint on her face. He also put on a fake nose and fake lips to cover up the two most obvious facial features on her face. Her big eyes couldn't be covered, so he put on two grayish-green contact lenses and a flaxen wig. She looked like a real Caucasian girl. It matched her valiant hunting attire quite well. Not far away, Qin Beioi's custom-made Cadillac bulletproof sedan drove past on a small road and entered the Tunguska sinkhole area. Gu Nianji remembered very clearly that in the same place in the other world, Song Jining and the other scientists had conducted scientific experiments and observed high-energy magnetic fields. This is today's second chapter, Chapter 1912, Meeting of the Stars, 5. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Sorry everyone, I was delayed by something this morning, so I didn't have time to write the chapter. I have to go to work. I owe everyone one chapter today, so I'll make up for it tomorrow. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1924. Glancing at Qin Bei's Cadillac, Gu Nianji pouted. This old man was too rich. Not only was he in a large RV, but he also had a Cadillac. The car drove to the open space in front and slowly stopped. Seeing him arrive, the people in the other two cars also got out. One was Lorraine, and the other was the Soviet Embassy's Deputy General Counsel, Peter Huishauheng. Lorraine was the first to walk out and waved at Qin Bei's car with a smile. Old Mr. Qin, you're finally here. Qin Bei looked at Lorraine, then at the Soviet Embassy's diplomat, Peter. He snorted and motioned for his subordinates to open the door for him. Leaning on his cane, he stepped onto the grass beside the Tunguska sinkhole. The early morning wind blew over from the sinkhole, bringing with it a chilly air. Qin Bei shivered and pulled his mink coat closer. He shook Lorraine's outstretched hand and smiled. Mr. Lorraine, sorry to keep you waiting. I'm old, so it's not convenient for me to come and go. Please forgive me. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine. We just arrived. Lorraine smiled and waved as he glanced at his side. Qin Bei was very cautious. He actually brought 4 bodyguards with him, and there were 2 strong men in the car. It was obvious they were mercenaries. Lorraine's pupils constricted imperceptibly, but a smile quickly crept up the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His sunken eyes were almost invisible. Qin Bei nodded and asked directly, "Where is she?" Lorraine waved at Huishauheng, who was standing beside the Soviet Embassy's car. "Where is she?" Huishauheng didn't turn around and opened the car door expressionlessly, revealing Qin Yaoguang inside. She was lying on a makeshift stretcher in the car with an 4 hanging next to it. In the spacious SUV, the back row had been laid down, and only Qin Yaoguang's makeshift stretcher was there. There was no one else. Huishauheng had actually come alone. Lorraine narrowed his eyes and curled the corners of his lips slightly. Qin Bei was shocked. He quickly walked to the side of the car and asked in surprise, "What happened to her? What happened to my daughter? What's wrong with her? Don't you know?" Huishauheng pushed Qin Beiyoi away rudely and slammed the car door shut. "How much effort did we put into obtaining her perfect genes? Shouldn't you be paying us?" Qin Bei laughed dryly. "You guys are so capable. How could I possibly ask for your help? Good that you know." Huishauheng straightened his collar and said coldly, "Now that you've seen it and gotten the person out, shouldn't you fulfill your promise and hand over those things?" The KGB of the Soviet Union had once asked him for the things in Qin Yaoguang's secret laboratory. Qin Bei had used Qin Yaoguang's perfect genes to keep Huishauheng hanging, claiming that he had to rescue Qin Yaoguang before he could give them the samples in the secret laboratory. Now that Qin Yaoguang had been rescued, Qin Bei pretended to be unwilling. He took out a small box and opened it. Inside were rows of small test tubes, each containing a tube of blood. The test tubes were numbered from A to G. There were a total of 7 tubes. He placed the small box in Huishauheng's hand and said meaningfully, "These are the samples you're looking for. When my daughter was experimenting with the perfect genes, these 7 samples had the DNA closest to the perfect genes. Unfortunately, most of these children didn't survive. So far, only 2 of them have survived. Laurel asked curiously, who is it? Wen Shui. What about the other one? Yes, one is Wen Shui, and the other is Gu Nianji. Qin Bei smiled meaningfully. Hu Xiaoheng quietly stuffed the small box into his trouser pocket and said casually, unfortunately, these are all failed samples. The most successful sample is still with Qin Yaoguang herself. Laurel nodded in agreement. Wen Shui's genes can only be said to be passable. In fact, they can't be considered the genes closest to the perfect genes. As for Gu Nianji, our foundation has been paying attention to her since she was born, but unfortunately, her genes didn't show any signs of perfection. Later, Qin Yaoguang said that her genes had changed a lot after she became an adult, and that it was worth studying. I don't know what happened. Laurel shrugged and turned to ask Hu Xiaoheng, you're interested in Gu Nianji? Aren't you very close to her? Hu Xiaoheng smiled faintly. I was originally interested, the experimental target, but I sent her DNA back to the country and had our experts study it. Just as you said, it's too far from the perfect genes, so much so that our scientists even questioned my ability to act and judge. Qin Bei's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes flickered. Could it be that Gu Nianji's genes really weren't that good? But he clearly remembered Qin Yaoguang telling him that Gu Nianji's genes seemed to have evolved after she went to the other world. Laurel looked at Qin Bei again and asked tentatively, what do you think, old Mr. Qin? I remember that you also captured Gu Nianji, didn't you? Why don't you send her to the United States for research? Qin Bei smiled but didn't say anything. Hu Xiaoheng snorted. Don't keep me in suspense. I actually think that the problem with Gu Nianji's genes was a smokescreen released by Qin Yaoguang to cover up the fact that she herself had the perfect genes. Laurel paused and thought about Hu Xiaoheng's words. He felt that they made sense. After all, the video from the secret laboratory had left too deep of an impression on him, and it was too real. Their experts had examined the video countless times and finally came to the conclusion that the video was real and not fake. Qin Yaoguang herself didn't deny the video. She only denied that she didn't have the perfect genes. But from Laurel's point of view, who would actually admit that they had the perfect genes? Only someone like Wen Shui, who had a hole in her brain, would treat this as a great thing and try to flatter herself. Qin Bei's eyes flashed again. He didn't agree with Hu Xiaoheng's words, but he didn't want to deny them either. After all, he was counting on Laurel to get Qin Yaoguang out with him. If Laurel knew that Qin Yaoguang's genes weren't actually the so-called perfect genes, would he still put in so much effort? Besides, there was still that treacherous Soviet diplomat, Peter Hu Xiaoheng. He might even kill Qin Yaoguang right away. After thinking about it, Qin Bei could only laugh dryly. Actually, I don't understand genes. Only my daughter does. I've already given everything in her laboratory to Mr. Peter. I don't have any more. Hu Xiaoheng didn't believe a single word he said. However, he still had to pretend to be dubious. He smiled and said, really? Then let's talk about today's arrangements. He pointed at the car behind him and said, Qin Yaoguang will be sent to the United States for experiments, but the Soviet Union wants to share the results of the experiments. Qin Bei and Laurel nodded together and agreed readily. Actually, they had no choice but to agree. They had no choice but to lower their heads when they were under the eaves. Didn't they know whose territory this was? Whose home field? Hu Xiaoheng then said, however, I'm still a little worried about sending her to the United States, so I want to invite old Mr. Qin to stay in the Soviet Union. How about that? When he said this, he was talking to Laurel. He didn't take Qin Bei seriously at all. Qin Bei was furious, but he had to suppress his anger on the surface. He chuckled and said, how can that be? I don't know Russian, and I'm already so old. What's the point of living in the Soviet Union? I'd better go to the United States with Mr. Laurel. He looked at Laurel and said slowly, Mr. Laurel, didn't you promise me? Laurel was very unhappy with Hu Xiaoheng's sudden idea. He frowned and said, that's not part of our agreement. But I've thought about it again and again, and I feel that the Soviet Union is at too much of a disadvantage. Hu Xiaoheng acted like he was in a very difficult position, but he was actually trying to raise the price. This made Laurel and Qin Bei curse him to death in their hearts. The few of them negotiated on the grass beside the Tunguska sinkhole, and the more they talked, the more disagreeable they became. Laurel and Qin Bei's faces darkened. Mr. Peter, are you really going to pester us endlessly? Laurel said coldly. At the same time, he secretly made a gesture, and the bodyguards he brought with him also got out of the car. Seeing this, Qin Bei also called his bodyguards over. Hu Xiaoheng immediately turned around to open the car door. Qin Bei and Laurel looked at each other and remembered the situation in the car. In other words, Hu Xiaoheng didn't bring any help. They shouted in unison. Do it! A total of 7 or 8 strong bodyguards immediately surrounded the two of them. They all took out their silenced pistols, but it was too inconvenient to shoot because they were too close. 4 or 5 people held their guns and gestured for a long time, but Hu Xiaoheng was even more slippery than a fish. He dodged between them, making it impossible for them to aim at him. One of them boldly fired a shot, and with a bang, he almost hit his own people, together. Kill him! Laurel waved his hand, holding his silenced pistol, and took a step to the side. A bodyguard had already grabbed the back of Hu Xiaoheng's neck and punched him. Hu Xiaoheng heard the wind behind him and tilted his head slightly to avoid the man's fist. Boom! The man's fist smashed directly into the car door, causing it to cave in. Hu Xiaoheng glared at Laurel and Qin Bei. What do you mean? Don't you know whose territory this is? Ha, so what if it's your territory? You're amazing. You dared to bring my daughter here by yourself. How amazing! Qin Bei gave him a thumbs up. Laurel understood. If he killed Hu Xiaoheng, Qin Yaoguang would be his. Why would he share her with the Soviet Union? The temptation of perfect genes was too great. What was a Soviet diplomat to him? Moreover, who knew if he was trading with them on behalf of the Soviet Union, or if he wanted to make a fortune in private? Laurel had seen many people like this, so he didn't take them seriously at all. Cooperating with Hu Xiaoheng was just to borrow the power of the Soviet diplomat to successfully transport Qin Yaoguang out of the Huaxia Empire. He had originally wanted to make a move on Hu Xiaoheng in Alaska after leaving the Soviet Union. Now, it was just a little earlier. Moreover, who knew how many lives the Tunguska sinkhole had devoured? He smiled sinisterly and took a step to the side. The 7 or 8 bodyguards understood and wrestled with Hu Xiaoheng. They pushed him and finally squeezed him to the edge of the sinkhole. Gu Nianji, who was sitting in the car in the woods and watching the situation with binoculars, immediately panicked. She threw down the binoculars and was about to rush out to save Hu Xiaoheng. Peter grabbed her and said calmly with drooping eyelids, "Don't cause trouble. Your man isn't that cowardly." Gu Nianji, she also felt that it shouldn't be, but knowing was one thing, and seeing it with her own eyes was another. Her heart shrank into a ball, and even her breathing was almost becoming difficult. Really? Will he really be fine? Gu Nianji murmured. She grabbed the handle of the car door, but no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't open it. She looked up and saw that the group fight seemed to have gone out of control. Someone suddenly fired a shot and hit Hu Xiaoheng in the chest. Then, the person quickly rushed forward and kicked Hu Xiaoheng hard. Hu Xiaoheng clutched his chest, and the expression on his face froze. He fell backward and fell into the sinkhole in the blink of an eye. This was today's first update, Chapter 1913, Going to the Meeting Alone. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today's fourth update was to make up for yesterday's extra update. The second update was at 1:00 in the afternoon. The third and fourth updates were at 8:00 in the evening. The two updates were combined into one. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1925. Gu Nianji's face paled. She struggled desperately to open the car door and jump out. Peter grabbed her and said coldly, "Calm down, the show isn't over yet. They're all shot and falling out. How are we going to continue acting?" Gu Nianji was furious. She wanted to reach out and scratch the KGB agent who always had his eyelids drooped. "You make it sound like you don't know about bulletproof vests." Peter snorted disdainfully and glanced at her sideways. "They all say you're smart, but I don't think you're that smart." Gu Nianji, damn it, she was being looked down on when she was feeling the most miserable. Should she find a piece of tofu to knock into? Peter stuffed the binoculars into her hands. "Keep looking. Don't cry. I'm not in the mood to coax you." Gu Nianji, she took a deep breath to suppress her uneasiness and anxiety and raised the binoculars again. She saw that the people on the other side seemed to be arguing again. Only Qin Bei and Lorraine were left. What else were they fighting for? Gu Nianji couldn't hear them and didn't understand. Peter was wearing a Bluetooth headset and could hear the people on the other side. It turned out that Qin Bei and Lorraine had a disagreement over how to treat Qin Yaoguang. Lorraine said coldly. "And Gu Nianji. I know you kidnapped Gu Nianji. If she's useless, why did you kidnap her?" He hadn't mentioned a single word of this to the Soviet diplomat, Peter, because he didn't want the Soviets to notice Gu Nianji. The KGB had fought with them for Wen Shui before, and now Qin Yaoguang wanted to fight too. If Gu Nianji continued to fight, he really wouldn't be able to handle these people. Therefore, he had always pretended to be uninterested in Gu Nianji and waited for Qin Bei to make a move so he could reap the benefits. "Didn't you say that my daughter, Qin Yaoguang, is the one with perfect genes? What do you want Gu Nianji for?" Qin Bei asked coldly. "I didn't take Gu Nianji away. If you don't believe me, search my car." "Why would you put Gu Nianji in your car? Do you think I'm stupid?" Lorraine sneered. "I won't let anyone related to perfect genes go. You just said that there are a total of 3 people alive, and all of them are related to perfect genes. One is Wen Shui, one is Qin Yaoguang, and the other is Gu Nianji." Lorraine's expression was ferocious. "Tell me now. Where is Gu Nianji?" Qin Bei clearly saw that the Soviet diplomat, Peter, was shot in the chest by one of Lorraine's men and then kicked into the sinkhole. Seeing that Lorraine was glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey, and that the bodyguard beside him seemed to be even more powerful than his own bodyguard, he could not help but feel a little panicked. He suddenly realized that he had nothing to rely on right now. If Lorraine did to him what he had done to Peter, would he still be alive? Qin Bei gritted his teeth and walked quickly to the car with his walking stick. "Since we can't come to an agreement today, we'll talk about it tomorrow. You want to leave?" Lorraine guffawed, his face filled with the ecstasy of victory. "Capture him. I don't care what you do. Pry his mouth open for me. I want to know where he kidnapped Gu Nianji." As he spoke, Lorraine waved his hand, and his bodyguards immediately surrounded Qin Bei. Qin Bei hardened his heart and suddenly turned around with a gun in his hand. He fired multiple shots at Lorraine's bodyguards. His marksmanship was unexpectedly accurate. One bodyguard was killed on the spot, another was wounded in the leg, and only one managed to dodge. Qin Bei's bodyguards also immediately raised their guns and fired a few more shots at Lorraine's bodyguards, killing all of them. Now it was Lorraine's turn to panic. He did not expect Qin Bei to be so ruthless as to dare to attack him. He said nervously, "Don't do anything stupid. Aren't you going to America? Do you think you can enter America safely without me? Dream on. Do you believe that as long as I have my daughter, Qin Yaoguang, and my granddaughter, Gu Nianji, any country I want to go to will welcome me and treat me like an honored guest?" Qin Bei laughed, his face glowing with health and vigor. He put away his gun and walked towards Xiaoheng's Soviet embassy car as he said, "But I've worked with Mr. Lorraine for many years and still have some ties. I'll let you go today. Go now, before I change my mind." He actually did not dare to kill Lorraine. He could kill Lorraine's bodyguards, but it was mainly for self-protection. Killing them wouldn't be a big problem. But Lorraine was different. Qin Bei feared Lorraine to the bone. Even if he had the upper hand, he did not dare to attack Lorraine. However, just as he was walking towards Xiaoheng's car, a bullet suddenly flew from behind them and accurately hit Lorraine's leg. Lorraine had been pushed to the edge of the sinkhole by Qin Bei's bodyguards. Now that he was shot in the leg, he cried out in pain and lost his balance. He fell backwards into the sinkhole. Qin Bei turned around and saw Lorraine fall. He quickly raised his cane and pointed in that direction. "Who dares to shoot without my orders? Who did it?" His bodyguards all shook their heads and did not dare to admit who it was. They actually did not know who it was either. They were all worried that they had accidentally fired their guns. Qin Bei glared at them. "What are you waiting for?" His bodyguards quickly pulled on ropes and climbed down into the sinkhole. However, they had all gone very deep into the sinkhole and still did not see Lorraine. Not only did they not see Lorraine, but they also did not see the corpse of the Soviet diplomat, Peter. Where did he go? I think he probably rolled into the underground river below. Do you dare to go down? The bodyguards looked at the unfathomable underground river and shook their heads. When they climbed out of the sinkhole, they said in unison to Qin Bei, Lorraine, and the diplomat fell into the underground river. Their bodies are in the middle of the river. It's not easy to fish them out. Fell into the underground river. Did you see the bodies? Qin Bei asked as he opened the car door. He immediately saw his daughter, Qin Yaoguang, lying on a makeshift stretcher. Her eyes were closed, and she was motionless. She looked like she was dead. His heart ached. They used to live the best lives. They had their own public company and respected social status. But now, they had nothing. Qin Bei's bodyguards nodded. I saw them. If you don't believe me, you can go down and see for yourself. Qin Bei was so old. How could he climb down into the sinkhole himself? Even if he could, he wouldn't. What if someone shot him in the back when he went down? Qin Bei snorted and stepped aside. He waved his hand. Hurry up and bring my daughter out. He then called Peter. You can come out now. Did Gu Nianji come with you? Peter answered the phone and nodded with a smile. Of course she came. You're all done. What else do you need my help with? You're my trump card. Of course, I have to save it for last. Qin Bei was in a good mood. Come over first. Help me go down and look for the bodies of those two people. He wanted to see them alive, and he wanted to see their bodies dead. Qin Bei wouldn't be at ease if he couldn't see the bodies. Peter snorted. That's not part of our contract. I only help you kidnap living people. Don't you just want more money? Qin Bei was full of pride. I also want you to be my lifelong bodyguard. You can name the price. Peter laughed. Boss, you're rich. Okay, I'll be right there. As he spoke, he sent the video he had just recorded to He Jichu and sent him a message, done. He Jichu, who had been watching from afar, received the message and immediately said to his father, Dad, it's done. He then showed the video Peter had taken to Enchanting. They had been waiting here since 6 in the morning. They had set up everything and were just waiting for Bei and Lorraine to come in. Enchanting sat in the bulletproof car, his face expressionless. He glanced at the video and said calmly, I really underestimated Bei. Not only did he dare to kill a Soviet diplomat, but he also dared to attack Lorraine. Actually, the person who shot at Hu Xiaoheng was Lorraine's bodyguard, but from the video, it seemed that the shot was fired from Bei's bodyguard's side. He Jichu snorted. What else wouldn't he dare to do? As the two of them spoke, they got out of their cars and brought a team of security personnel from the special forces with them. They quietly headed towards the Tunguska sinkhole. This was the second watch of the day, Chapter 1914, The Crooked. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes today was the fourth watch, to make up for yesterday's overtime. The third and fourth watch were the big chapters at 8:00 in the evening. The two watch periods were combined. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1926. Just as dawn broke, Lu Yuan and Lu Jin came over from the small path in the woods. The two of them arrived at Peter's car first and patted the door. When Peter saw them, he pushed open the car door and saluted them. Just in time, I'll leave her to you. You girls are too annoying. I'd rather deal with those people on the other side. He glanced sideways at Gu Nianji and walked forward alone. When Gu Nianji saw Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, the tears that she had been holding back for a long time finally rolled down her cheeks. She jumped out of the car and threw herself into Lu Jin's arms. She sobbed and whispered. Dad, Major General Huo was shot just now. Lu Yuan sighed at the side and said. You're also confused because you're too concerned. Xiaoheng is your fiancé. Would your father leave him alone? He also wore a bulletproof vest designed and made by your father. Gu Nianji's tears disappeared in a flash, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Dad, is that true? Lu Jin took out a tissue to wipe her tears and said with a sullen face, it's fake. I don't see you care about your poor, helpless, and weak old father. Gu Nianji. On the other side of the sinkhole, Bei was directing his bodyguards to enter the Soviet embassy's car to carry the person. He said repeatedly, be careful, don't use too much force, don't hurt her. The bodyguards were busy. They carried the entire makeshift stretcher out of the car. Peter walked over with drooping eyelids and stood beside him. Only then did Bei realize that there was someone beside him. He turned around and didn't recognize him. He immediately became nervous. Who are you? What are you doing here? As he spoke, he scolded his bodyguards. What are you all doing? You don't even know that someone is here. Peter said expressionlessly, Boss, we just contacted each other on the phone. Why didn't you recognize me in the blink of an eye? Bei's pupils constricted. You're the elite leader of the mercenaries? No. That person clearly didn't look like him. Bei immediately knew that something was wrong. Along the way, he had this feeling many times. It was like a traveler walking in the mountains being stared at by a ferocious beast, as if there were thorns on his back. But every time, there would be a rational analysis of benefits, and the police would appear from time to time to interrupt his thoughts. Now, this idea had finally taken shape. Bei quickly took a step away from Peter and asked cautiously, Where's Gu Nianji? Where is she? She's still in the car. I've locked the door. Don't worry, she can't run away, Peter said meaningfully. Bei nodded slightly and said, Your boss sent me a photo. Are you in disguise? You don't have to do that in front of me. Peter smiled and took a step forward. He stretched out his hand and gripped Qin Bei's arm like a pair of iron pincers. I'm not in disguise. This is my true appearance. Qin Bei's pupils constricted. He pushed Peter hard, trying to push him away and hide behind his bodyguard. However, Peter didn't allow him to dodge. While sidestepping to avoid his push, he took out a gun with his other hand and quickly fired at the bodyguards in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. After a few gunshots, only one bodyguard was still standing. The others were lying on the ground, twitching. Blood flowed from behind them and gradually dyed the dark green grass red. Peter nodded to the bodyguard who was still standing. Come here and help me tie him up. This person actually obeyed Peter's orders. He took out a rope and tied Qin Bei up like a dumpling. Qin Bei's entire body trembled. He looked at Peter, then at his bodyguard, and suddenly realized, you were the one who fired the gun. You shot that Soviet diplomat. You were the one who kicked him off. The bodyguard nodded and smiled. Although the boss is old, he has good eyesight. Yes, it was me. He was obviously in cahoots with this elite mercenary leader, fake, who had appeared out of nowhere. Qin Bei's face suddenly paled. He turned to look at the bottomless pit, then at the two smiling men in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, who told you to do this? Aren't you just after money? I'll pay you double how much money they give you. No, 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Peter didn't say anything, but he reached out and pulled Qin Bei back from the edge of the pit. It doesn't matter if you want to die or live, it's not up to you. As he spoke, he and the other bodyguard circled behind Qin Bei and stood on the left and right sides, blocking the possibility of him jumping into the pit, although the possibility was very low and almost negligible. The fog finally dissipated in the open space in front of them. A group of people walked over from the entrance and gradually appeared in front of them as if they were breaking through the clouds and fog. Qin Bei's eyes widened. Young Master He. General He. Why are you here? He made up his mind and turned to look at Peter behind him. He quickly said, Young Master He. General He. This person is a foreign mercenary. He kidnapped me. He kidnapped Nianji. You can't let him go. He Jichu scoffed. He kidnapped Nianji. Qin Bei, you're really good at shifting the blame. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Bring him up. Gu Nianji watched from afar. The person they brought up this time was actually the old man who had set a trap to capture her in Sea City. This person was one of the 3 people she and Hu Xiaoheng had gone to Sea City to investigate. He was also the last person, a friend of Qin Suwen's father, Qin Huichang. He was more than 10 years younger than Qin Huichang, and of course, much younger than Qin Bei. Therefore, he didn't look as old as Qin Bei, but he was still over 60 years old. When this person was handed over to He Jichu, she didn't know how much inside information he had uncovered back then. Gu Nianji thought that this person must have given him evidence that was extremely unfavorable to Qin Bei. That was why He Qingjian had directly intervened in this matter. When Qin Bei saw this person, he finally felt that the situation was hopeless. His legs went limp, and he almost sat on the ground. How is it? What else can you frame? Tell me all of it so that you don't have to say it a few times and keep everyone in suspense, He Jichu said coldly and kicked the friend. The man staggered a few steps forward. His legs went limp, and he knelt down. Qin Bei glared at the man and still insisted on being stubborn. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to extort a confession from us 2 old people? Let me tell you, Heaven's Net has a long way to go. If you torture the old, you will suffer retribution. In my place, there are no old and young people, only good and bad people, He Jichu said lightly. So what if they're old? Just because they're old, they can escape punishment. If you don't treat the old well, what about Gu Nianji? Are you going to ignore her? Qin Bei raised his head. Gu Nianji is still in my hands. If you don't let me go, Gu Nianji will immediately die in front of you. Peter sneered behind him. Old man, have you forgotten about me? Qin Bei didn't even turn to look at him. He said coldly. I'll count to 1, 2, 3. If you don't let me go, I'll let her die in front of you. That powerful? He Ji-Chu looked at him coldly. But I'm not afraid. What should I do? She's your savior. Moreover, she's the one with perfect genes. Don't you need her at all? Qin Bei was about to die, but he still didn't forget to sow discord. She's the one with perfect genes. Why are you still throwing the blame around at a time like this? He Ji-Chu spun the gun in his hand in a circle and aimed it at the friend kneeling on the ground. He said coldly, your daughter, Qin Yaoguang, is the one with perfect genes. How long do you want to hide it? She's not. She really isn't. Gu Nianji is. If you dare to touch me, I'll make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Qin Bei looked at He Ji-Chu in fear, then at He Qingjian, who had a gloomy expression on his face. His heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his throat. He could only comfort himself that Gu Nianji was still in the car he had provided. He had detected the signal when he came, and the time bomb was intact. The car was parked not far away. Although the kidnapper leader was fake, he still locked Gu Nianji in the car. Qin Bei was betting that these people didn't know there was something fishy in the car. But his hope was immediately dashed. The sun suddenly rose from the mountains, and the morning glow dyed the forest. There was also sunlight jumping on the grass in the open space in front of them. 3 more people walked over in the direction of the rising sun. One of them was a young girl with delicate features and was exceptionally lively. She smiled faintly, but there was a dazzling beauty to it. The rising sun became her embellishment, and the smile on her face was even brighter than the sun. Qin Bei stared at Gu Nianji as if he had seen a ghost. You. How did you get out? Wasn't she locked in the car by Peter? But he quickly reacted and turned around to glare at Peter. You lied to me. Of course I lied to you. You already know I'm fake. Do you think I wouldn't lie to you? Peter's eyelids drooped and he slapped Qin Bei. Speak properly. Don't look around. Qin Bei felt dizzy from the slap. He had no choice but to close his eyes and pant slightly. Gu Nianji came to He Ji-Chu's side and looked up at his indifferent face. She smiled and said, Young Master He, thank you for saving me. Hu Xiaoheng had already told her that He Ji-Chu had arranged for Peter. Without He Ji-Chu and He Qingjian, the Soviet Union wouldn't have allowed their real KGB ace of the Far East, Peter, to accept the mission. Hu Xiaoheng's agreement with the Soviet Union could only stop at him using Peter's identity. He couldn't do anything higher. After all, with his identity, he didn't have the leverage to negotiate with the other party at a higher level. At this time, He Qingjian and He Ji-Chu's status came into play. He Ji-Chu still had his hands behind his back and said calmly. Are you hurt? Did I scare you? After a pause, he added, Qingying is also responsible for this. I apologize to you on her behalf. Gu Nianji quickly waved her hand. No need. Cousin Xia is fine. She would rather be beaten up by the other party than tell me where I was. I owe her a favor. You saved her too. He Ji-Chu lowered his eyes. If the other party hadn't used her to expose you, you wouldn't have suffered this fright. There's nothing I can do about it. Gu Nianji was very open-minded. Cousin Xia was kept in the dark about a lot of things, so she couldn't have thought like us. In the face of such a sensational revelation, even if she knew there was a problem with the motive behind it, she wouldn't have thought it would be so serious. He Ji-chu sighed softly. Nianji, don't speak up for her like that. I feel even more guilty if you do. Alright, young master He, let's talk about this later. Gu Nianji smiled as she looked at the friend kneeling in front of her. Her expression darkened. What did that person say? I'm also very curious about the truth of what happened back then. Without a doubt, He Qingjian and He Ji-chu had brought this friend here to confront Qin Bei because they wanted to find out the truth about Qin Suan's family's accident back then. He Ji-chu turned to glance at Lu Yuan and Lu Jin, who were standing behind Gu Nianji, and nodded slightly at them. He Qingjian looked at Gu Nianji as if he was looking at Qin Suan from back then. Although the two of them looked completely different, the way they spoke and even the way they walked were extremely similar, he looked away and said coldly to the person in front of him, Tell me, how did you collude with Qin Bei to frame the Suan family back then? This person had been interrogated by He Ji-chu for 2 months, and he was already scared out of his wits. When He Qingjian asked, he immediately pointed at Qin Bei in front of him and said fearfully, It was him. He ordered me to do it. You're slandering me. Qin Bei was about to rush forward, but Peter grabbed his arm. He continued to say indignantly, This is slander. Show me the evidence. Gu Nianji felt disgusted when she saw Qin Bei. She waved her fist at him. What are you yelling about? Do you really think that after so many years, there's really no evidence? Do you believe that I'll find evidence for you and convince you? Peter, who was standing behind Qin Bei, pursed his lips speechlessly. In his opinion, what evidence was there to find? This old man's entire fortune proved that he had come from a shady background. He should be shot dead. Unfortunately, he didn't have the right to decide and could only watch from the sidelines. Qin Bei was silenced by Gu Nianji's words. He had seen Gu Nianji in several court hearings and was extremely afraid of her talent in the law. He Ji-chu said calmly. Continue. The friend, who was kneeling on the ground, cried bitterly. His hands were propped on the grass, and his shoulders were shaking as he said, I was confused for a moment. I was blinded by greed. Brother Qin has always been very good to me. I shouldn't have watched Qin Bei frame his family for a little money. I'm guilty. Guilty. Qin Bei couldn't help snorting when he heard this, but he still closed his eyes and didn't say anything. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. You're saying that you knew it was Qin Bei who framed lawyer Qin Suan and his family, but you didn't say anything? How much hush money did Qin Bei give you? Your house in Sea City is worth an astronomical price. Just the hush money alone is worth that much. The shoulders of the friend shook again. He still lowered his head and gritted his teeth, refusing to reveal the key points. He knew that if he really revealed everything, he would be dead meat. However, none of the people present were people who could be fooled. Gu Nianji took a step forward and asked calmly, Lawyer Qin Suan's father, Mr. Qin Huichang, isn't familiar with Qin Bei at all. Tell me, how did you convince Mr. Qin Huichang to go from refusing to sell the land to agreeing to sell it? This was the crux of the entire case. The friend, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to have lost all his strength and couldn't even kneel anymore. He immediately collapsed on the grass. This is the third and fourth chapter of today's chapter, chapter 1915, The Trial of the Three Courts. Only reading makes people happy in life. The Alliance Leader, in July, 100,000 Chidian coins, 2 additional chapters. Thank you for your support. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were a total of 4 chapters today to make up for yesterday's additional chapter. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1927. When Gu Nianji said this, Although she was looking at the friend in front of her who was lying limply on the ground, she was observing Qin Bei, who was standing not far away, from the corner of her eye. Qin Bei was held down by Peter and another bodyguard. His eyes were tightly closed, and his brows were furrowed. His face was lined with wrinkles, and he looked old. His expression didn't change at all. As expected, he was shrewd and wouldn't be easily angered. Gu Nianji blinked and took another step forward. She knelt on one knee on the grass beside the man and looked down. She reached out to Lu Jin. "Give me a pair of gloves." Lu Jin understood instantly. He quickly took out a pair of transparent plastic gloves from his pocket and placed them in Gu Nianji's hand. Gu Nianji slowly put on the gloves. Lu Yuan was a little confused and asked softly, "Why are you wearing gloves? Is she afraid of leaving fingerprints as evidence?" Lu Jin put his hands in front of him and said with a smile, "No, she thinks that man's hair is too dirty." As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Nianji had already grabbed the man's hair and forced him to look up. Lu Yuan, what a weird focus and brain circuit. Indeed, like father like daughter. He should stay away from the father and daughter. Lu Yuan quietly took a step to the side. Gu Nianji looked at the man's pale face in disgust and said coldly, "What are you afraid of? You haven't said anything yet, and you want to pretend to faint. Do you believe that I'll give you an injection so that you won't be able to close your eyes and sleep until you die?" She didn't hit or scold the man, but this sentence alone was enough to make the man's heart filled with endless fear. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. "What are you staring at? Are you saying that we've wronged you?" Gu Nianji tightened her grip on the man's hair. "Are you going to tell me how you convinced your old friend, Mr. Qin Huichang, to go from never agreeing to it?" The man's scalp hurt a little, but it was completely bearable because no matter how strong Gu Nianji's grip was, it wasn't much. For an ordinary person, it was just the strength of a kitten scratching them. He was just very afraid of the kind of medicine that Gu Nianji had said would make you unable to close your eyes until you die. "Say it. If you don't want to tell me, do you want me to guess?" Gu Nianji let go, and the man's head fell to the ground with a thud. Gu Nianji clapped her hands and stood up from the ground. She walked around the man and Qin Bei a few times before looking up at He Jichu. "Young Master He, what did you find out?" He Jichu said casually. He met Qin Bei because of business, and Qin Bei used him as a matchmaker to get to know my grandfather, Mr. Qin Huichang. Later, when we talked about the land in Z City, Qin Bei expressed great interest and hoped that my grandfather would part with it, but my grandfather refused. "And then?" Gu Nianji asked. "After that, Qin Bei invited my grandfather's family to Z City for a trip, and then signed a contract to sell the land there." He Jichu's cold gaze landed on the back of his friend, who was sprawled on the ground. He clenched his fists and wanted nothing more than to stomp on it. "After I came back, my grandfather's family was involved in a car accident. My mother survived, but she was badly burned. This guy knew that the car accident had something to do with the Qin family, but he didn't say a word, nor did he help my mother. He just stood by and watched." Gu Nianji smiled. "That's all?" He Jichu nodded. "That's all," he said. There's no doubt that he hid a lot of the truth. Of course, the man's evasive answer couldn't be hidden from He Jichu. However, no matter how much they interrogated him, the man insisted that he had told them everything he knew. That was why they cooperated with Hu Xiaoheng and rearranged their plans. They wanted to catch Qin Bei and Qin Yaoguang in one fell swoop and see what else this man could hide. Gu Nianji thought about it and asked He Jichu, "Then do you ask, or should I?" He Jichu could do it himself, but he wanted Gu Nianji to personally deal with these two people and help Qin Suwen. He knew that this was very important to Gu Nianji. Although he also wanted to personally seek justice for his mother, he still gave this opportunity to Gu Nianji. He raised his hand. You go first. Gu Nianji nodded and walked back to the man's side. Once again, she knelt on one knee and twisted the man's ear with her plastic-gloved hand. She pulled his head over and asked, "Then can you confirm that Qin Suwen and her parents' car accident was instigated by Qin Bei?" The man nodded repeatedly, but his ear hurt from being pulled. Gu Nianji let go and snorted. Since Qin Suwen's father, Mr. Qin Huichang, had already signed the contract to sell the land, why did they still plan a car accident to kill his family? Qin Bei opened his eyes and said loudly, "He's lying. He has no evidence. That car accident had nothing to do with us. It was an accident." Accident? Gu Nianji turned to look at Qin Bei. She stood up from the ground and quickly walked to his side. The other party didn't want to sell the land you wanted, but after a trip to Z City, he changed his mind and sold it to you. After selling the land, the family was immediately involved in a car accident. Almost the entire family died. Why are you so lucky? Are you the son of God? You want the light, and you get it. Gu Nianji spat in Qin Bei's face. Why don't you look in the mirror and see if you deserve it? The corners of Qin Bei's mouth twitched. He turned his head and chuckled. Lawyer Gu, you are a lawyer. Don't make such a low-class move. My style is only given to people who deserve it. As for you, do you think you're worthy of talking about style with me? Gu Nianji took a step back. Do you really think I can't figure out what happened? She turned around and looked back at the old friend, who was still lying on the ground. She said coldly, "You said that Qin Bei got to know your old friend, Mr. Qin Huichang, through you. Then, you must know that Qin Bei wanted to buy the land but was rejected. And you actually didn't stand on the side of your friend, Qin Huichang's family. Instead, you stood on the side of Qin Bei, who you just met. This means that there must be a huge benefit for you to think that your friendship with Qin Huichang can't compare to this benefit." Gu Nianji paused, then said, "We just investigated your relationship with Qin Huichang a few months ago. In fact, Qin Huichang is not only a friend to you, but also an appreciation. You came to see City penniless to make a living. It was because you knew how to play Go that you met Mr. Qin Huichang. He treated you as a friend. Not only did he help you find a job, but he also helped you find a master to learn a trade. This skill not only allowed you to become a technical backbone in the factory that was difficult to enter, but you also worked on your own and earned your first pot of gold. But you weren't satisfied. You wanted to earn more money, and that's when Qin Bei found you. He had a plan, and you had ambition. The two of you hit it off and pinned your hopes of becoming rich on Qin Huichang's family." As Gu Nianji spoke, she observed the expressions and movements of Qin Bei and this friend. She paid special attention to their micro-expressions. As expected, when Gu Nianji said, "You weren't satisfied. You wanted to earn more money," Qin Bei glanced at her and seemed to smile mockingly. Obviously, this meant that she had guessed wrong on this point. Gu Nianji's mind raced and she immediately said, "No, you didn't want to earn more money, but you still needed money. This means that something happened to you at the time and you needed money." As soon as she said this, the friend couldn't help but raise his head and look at Gu Nianji with hatred. His gaze was like a poisonous snake that wanted nothing more than to spit out its tongue. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up slightly. "I guessed correctly. As for why you suddenly needed money, it's very simple. Either you were sick and needed expensive medical bills. But in that era, everything was very cheap, and medical bills were no exception. Even if you paid for it yourself, it wouldn't be much. So this doesn't make sense. Then you owed someone a lot of money. And in that era, there was no stock market or usury, so it shouldn't be because of that. Then it can only be because you secretly gambled and owed gambling debts." As soon as Gu Nianji finished speaking, Qin Beoi closed his eyes again. Gu Nianji laughed. Qin Beoi, why did you close your eyes? Worried that you'll reveal the secret in your heart again. I can even speculate that the gambling debts of this friend had something to do with you, Qin Beoi. The friend immediately turned to look at Qin Beoi and spoke for the first time. Qin Beoi, tell me the truth. When I gambled with those people, were you the one who set it up? Qin Beoi closed his eyes tightly and didn't say a word. Gu Nianji clapped her hands and laughed. Not saying anything. That's tacit agreement. Qin Beoi was so angry that his liver hurt. He opened his eyes abruptly. How is not saying anything a tacit agreement? Not saying anything is obviously denying it. I didn't even know him when he owed gambling debts. How did you set it up? Denying that his gambling debts had something to do with you. Don't even think about taking advantage of it. Gu Nianji squatted down again confidently and pointed at Qin Beoi. She said to the friend, do you believe that he set you up first? The man's gaze wandered, and he was at a loss. He said in a hoarse voice. I really want to believe you, but you don't have any evidence to make me believe you. I don't have evidence. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and walked over to Qin Yaoguang, who was lying on the makeshift stretcher. She pointed at her face and said, this is the evidence. The man propped himself up from the ground and slowly sat up. He looked at the motionless Qin Yaoguang in confusion. Where's the evidence? Here. Gu Nianji poked Qin Yaoguang's face with her finger. Did you know that her face had plastic surgery? The man's eyes flashed twice, then he pretended to be shocked. Really? How did you know? I couldn't tell at all. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. All right, stop acting. You're overacting. It's too fake. You clearly know what lawyer Qin Suwen looked like when she was a child. How could you not know that Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery? Gu Nianji pointed out. He Qingjian's body trembled. This was the first time he had heard something related to Qin Suwen's appearance when she was a child. He couldn't help but ask, what does Suwen's appearance when she was a child have to do with Qin Yaoguang's plastic surgery? He Jichu stood expressionlessly in the morning light, but he had one hand in his trouser pocket, tightly gripping a photo. It was the family photo that Qin Suwen had taken with her parents when she was a child. For various reasons, he had never shown this photo to He Qingjian. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1916, Reorganizing the Past, 1. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. 8:00 in the evening the next day. Mwah, mwah, little angels. Chapter 1928. Gu Nianji looked at He Jichu in surprise. He Jichu gave her an almost imperceptible look. She knowingly changed the topic and said to He Qingjian, General He, don't be anxious. You'll understand why when I find out more about lawyer Qin Suwen's family. He Qingjian could only suppress the growing uneasiness and anxiety in his heart and patiently listen to Gu Nianji's questions. The friend, who had already sat up, opened her mouth awkwardly and mumbled. It's been so long. I'm not familiar with them. Who are you not familiar with? Gu Nianji was a little annoyed. Qin Huichang's family or Qin Beoi's family? You're really not familiar with them. You're not familiar with Qin Beoi, and he let you get such a big mansion. And in the center of Sea City, where every inch of land is worth gold. Or you're not familiar with Qin Huichang's family. If you're not familiar with them, how can you be in and out of his house for so many years, just like their family? Oh, no. Gu Nianji shook her head. How can I say that you're like their family? This is really the first time the word family has been slandered so harshly. The friend blushed and muttered, I mean, I'm not familiar with Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji slapped Qin Yaoguang's face so hard that it almost caved in. Okay, even if you're not familiar with Qin Yaoguang, let me tell you now that Qin Yaoguang has had plastic surgery, and she had plastic surgery when she was young. She even used the most advanced biological plastic surgery. There's an extra benefit to biological plastic surgery. I don't think Qin Beiyue and Qin Yaoguang know about it. Gu Nianji turned around, and the smile on her lips was almost mocking. She looked at Qin Beiyue and enunciated each word clearly, that is, using biological plastic surgery, we can find out the exact age of her plastic surgery through the biological material on her face. Qin Beiyue's entire body trembled uncontrollably. He had never imagined that Gu Nianji would be able to uncover everything that had happened so long ago, without any evidence at all. Gu Nianji saw him tremble and smiled even more sweetly. She looked at the friend sitting on the ground and said in a clear voice, "If I told you that Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery when she was 8.5 years old, what would you think?" 8.5 years old. That friend was clearly a little confused. She began to calculate which year Qin Yaoguang was 8.5 years old. Gu Nianji didn't wait for him to figure it out and immediately said, "It was a year before Qin Huichang's family got into a car accident." In other words, it was a year before Qin Huichang sold the land to Qin Bei. "Your Excellency, when did Qin Bei meet you? Was it a year before your old friend got into a car accident?" The old friend jerked his head up and glared at Qin Bei. "Half a year before they got into trouble." "That's right." Gu Nianji clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling. So Qin Bei was prepared. It's not a coincidence or accident that he met you. He had obviously come prepared. Do you still think that you were just unlucky to suddenly fall into a gambling game and owe a huge amount of debt? The old friend recalled what had happened in the past. He stood up abruptly and stumbled towards Qin Bei. "It's you. It's all your fault. How can you be so crazy?" Qin Bei roared angrily, scaring the man into stopping in his tracks. Seeing that Qin Bei was still brimming with hostility, the man cowered and didn't dare to step forward. Gu Nianji incited him as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. "You're still afraid of him? Didn't you see that he was arrested? You're still afraid? You're really a coward." Qin Bei snorted. "He's a coward. He wasn't a coward at all when he sent his old friend's family to their deaths." "Nonsense. I didn't." The old friend's eyes flashed. He tried to put on a brave front and tried to cover Qin Bei's mouth. Gu Nianji pulled him away and sighed. "What's going on? Could it be that the car accident at Qin Huichang's family wasn't caused by Qin Bei, but by you?" The man waved his hands and said frantically, "It wasn't me. It wasn't me. It would be strange if it wasn't you." Qin Bei rolled his eyes. "You were the one who gave me the idea back then. Otherwise, how could Qin Huichang obediently sell his land? So you're admitting that you did something?" Gu Nianji pursued. "So what if I admit it?" Qin Bei threw caution to the wind. "Anyway, at this point, do I still have a way out? Even if I didn't do it, those two people won't let me live." Gu Nianji stretched out her finger and shook it. "You're wrong. It's not that those two people won't let you live. It's the three of us who won't let you live." Gu Nianji pointed at herself and continued, "Then how did he give you the idea?" At this point, Qin Bei suddenly stopped talking and revealed a strange smile. "Guess." The old friend also came back to his senses after his panic. He knew that he had said too much, so he simply shut up. "You want to play dead?" Gu Nianji snorted. "Then let me guess again." She drew a circle around Qin Yaoguang's face with her finger, and her nails left a faint white mark on Qin Yaoguang's face. Gu Nianji thought about it and said, then let's think about under what circumstances a person would do something they didn't want to do. First, he was forced. But at that time, there was no trace of Qin Huichang being forced. From the facts of our investigation, Qin Huichang's actions had always been free, including going to Xi City to sell land, and later returning to Xi City to get into a car accident. So this can be ruled out for the time being. Second, he was threatened. There are many things that can be said about this. Gu Nianji looked down and stared at Qin Yaoguang's face. If he was threatened, then what could threaten him? Generally speaking, it's the safety of one's family. Then whose life was it that was used to threaten Qin Huichang? Now we're thinking about why Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery to look like this a year in advance. Gu Nianji looked up at He Qingjian, who was staring at her eagerly. Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery to look like Qin Suwen a year in advance. She should have known that Qin Beiyue used someone's life to threaten Qin Huichang. He Qingjian had actually already guessed it, but because this guess was too horrifying and painful, he had been unwilling to face it or admit it. Now that Gu Nianji had said it herself, He Qingjian blurted out, that's impossible. Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery, so how could she look the same as Suwen? Did you make a mistake? Gu Nianji took a deep breath, and tears welled up in her eyes. Why is it impossible? Otherwise, why would she have plastic surgery in advance? In fact, after thinking about it, only by putting Qin Yaoguang's plastic surgery a year in advance into the endless cycle of the land sale and car accident would the whole case have a chance to reveal the truth. No, impossible, this is impossible. He Qingjian seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and his entire being seemed to have deteriorated. He muttered in denial, this doesn't make sense, it's completely impossible. Why is it impossible? Gu Nianji didn't think much of it. If an animal walks like a duck, swims like a duck, and cries like a duck, then it's a duck. What's there to not understand? Of course it's impossible. He Qingjian raised his head abruptly and denied it flatly. If Qin Yaoguang really had plastic surgery to look like Suwen, then Suwen has known Qin Yaoguang for so many years. How could she not recognize her? She even investigated the truth of her family's accident herself. That's the problem, Gu Nianji said lightly, her tone tinged with pity. Gu Nianji said lightly with a hint of pity in her tone. Why didn't Qin Suwen recognize her? Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery to look like her. Gu Nianji sighed. General He, have you forgotten that Qin Yaoguang knows how to remove memories? He Qingjian's face suddenly darkened. You're saying that Qin Yaoguang knew how to remove memories when she was 9 years old. Gu Nianji, aren't you being too whimsical? Qin Bei burst into laughter. He laughed at Gu Nianji and said, Gu Nianji, oh Gu Nianji, you have a glib tongue, but even General He doesn't believe you. He Zhichu walked over, raised his arm, and slapped Qin Bei twice in the face. He almost fainted from the slap. The back teeth in his mouth were completely loose, and he grimaced in pain. Shut up. You don't need to say anything now. He Zhichu had already figured out the whole thing and warned Qin Bei in a low voice. Qin Bei could still order Gu Nianji around, but he didn't dare to act rashly in front of He Zhichu. Gu Nianji glanced at him and said to He Qingjian, who was still resisting, have you forgotten that Qin Yaoguang has always emphasized that her memory-removing surgery is an ancestral skill? Have you never thought that before Qin Yaoguang, there was someone else in the Qin family who knew how to perform this surgery? He Qingjian's face was livid. Do you think Qin Yaoguang's words are true? What evidence do you have? The evidence is him. Gu Nianji pointed at Qin Bei and said, when the Qin private hospital was founded, Qin Yaoguang was still young and still in school. But why did Qin Bei run a private hospital? Didn't he open an orphanage in the past? Based on his collusion with the Rall family, Decades ago, Raul's grandfather sent medical experts to Huaxia Empire for free medical treatment many times. Qin Bei must have learned medical skills from that person at that time. The corners of Qin Bei's mouth twitched. His swollen eyes opened a slit from He Jichu's slap. He looked at Gu Nianji and muttered. "You're so smart. If only you were my own granddaughter, you flatter me." Gu Nianji said mockingly, "I'd rather be an ordinary person than have the perverted evil genes of your family." She then said to He Qingjian, but no one knew that Qin Bei had medical skills. He also hid this advantage very well. Instead, he tried his best to hire other doctors to work at his hospital. Later, Qin Yaoguang's talent in medicine was probably inherited from Qin Bei. Qin Bei is the true medical genius. I'm guessing that the evil memory-stripping surgery was actually created by Qin Bei himself. He has opened an orphanage for so many years, and the orphanage has adopted so many normal and abnormal orphans. They can all be used as his test subjects. Later, he passed this technique to Qin Yaoguang. That's why Qin Yaoguang always said that her family's memory-stripping surgery was passed down from her ancestors. This is not a cover-up, nor is it an exaggeration. It's the truth. Gu Nianji was actually able to start from Qin Yaoguang's specious modesty. Qin Bei suddenly understood a principle. This was the true perfect gene. Qin Yaoguang's perfect gene experiment had actually succeeded. This is today's second update, Chapter 1916, Reorganizing the Past, 2. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there are 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1929. You're saying that Qin Bei himself is also a doctor? He also knows medicine. He Qingjian was shocked. He looked at Qin Bei in disbelief, then at Gu Nianji. His expression became serious. Do you have any evidence? How can you accuse him of something like this? Gu Nianji nodded confidently. He knows medicine, but I don't think he's a doctor. A doctor has the heart of a parent, helps the needy, and solves the suffering of the people. What has he done? Gu Nianji pursed her lips. Qin Bei's medical skills were all learned by harming others, and he has never used them in the right way. You're slandering me. Qin Bei couldn't hold it in anymore. How dare you spout nonsense without evidence? Do you really think you can frame others just because you're a lawyer? Gu Nianji snorted. No evidence. Then where did Qin Yaoguang's memory-stripping surgery come from? Where did Qin Suwen's memory-stripping surgery come from when she was a child come from? What evidence do you have to prove that Qin Suwen underwent memory-stripping surgery when she was a child? Qin Bei sneered. Qin Suwen's body has already become a skeleton, and you still want to lie. Qin Suwen's body had become a skeleton and had been displayed in court, so everyone knew about it. You want evidence? He Jichu spoke up. Okay, I'll give you evidence. Although my mother's body has already been turned into a skeleton by you, the skeleton can still speak. As he spoke, He Jichu waved his hand behind him. His orderlies walked over with 3 instruments and placed them in the middle of the grass in a triangular formation. It was almost 8:00, but the sun was blocked by the clouds. The sky above the empty space beside the sinkhole had already darkened. Show it to him. He Jichu put his hands behind his back and stood behind an instrument. The orderlies immediately began to operate the 3 instruments. Not long after, 3 beams of light shot out from the instrument and gathered into a line in the middle of the empty space. A holographic virtual scene appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was startled. Because what appeared here was a set of bones. He Jichu said calmly, "This is my mother, Qin Suwen's skeleton." Following that, green lines began to linger on the skull of the skeleton. Like a painting, it was constantly being drawn and stretched, adding and deleting. Not long after, a female figure appeared in front of them. She was lifelike and wore a black suit that Qin Suan usually wore when she appeared in court. She was the size of a real person. This female portrait was almost identical to Qin Yaoguang. He Jichu raised his chin and said dryly, "This is a reconstruction of my mother's original appearance using a court-approved craniofacial reconstruction technique. Look closely. You can make my mother's appearance look completely different. You can remove all her memories before she was 9 years old, but you can't change her bones. Genes determine the bones, and the bones determine the appearance. Qin Beoi, is this not evidence?" He Qingjian stared blankly at the beautiful woman with an indifferent expression in the open space in front of him. He could no longer hold it in. His eyes turned hot and tears flowed out of his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly and staggered towards the statue. "Su Su. Su Su. Is that you? This is what you look like. Su Su." He wanted to hug the gentle-looking woman, but when he reached out, he missed. Her arms passed through the air, and the woman's virtual line of sight was looking straight ahead, right in Gu Nianji's direction. Gu Nianji also stared blankly at this person. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still shocked speechless when she saw a life-sized virtual figure appear in front of her. Her heart was suddenly filled with nameless admiration and attachment, as well as heart-wrenching pain. It was as if someone was holding a small file and grinding it against her heart, trying to grind it into brittle pieces bit by bit. Qin Beoi was still stubborn. He sneered, "Magic tricks can be evidence. Major General He, why don't you just kill me? Why do you have to use fake evidence to try and convince me? I'm telling you, it's impossible." He Jichu finally took out the family photo. He coldly showed the photo to Qin Beoi. "Then what about this photo? Qin Beoi, you old man. Take a good look at it." His heart was filled with indescribable anger and sorrow. He strode forward and pulled Qin Beoi out from the hands of Peter and the bodyguard. He pressed down on his neck with one hand and kicked him in the back of his knee, forcing him to kneel in front of the photo. "Take a good look at it. You took their land. You killed their people. You even stripped their daughter of her appearance. You removed their daughter's memories. You want evidence from me now?" He grabbed the back of Qin Beoi's neck and pressed his head against the ground, forcing him to kowtow to the photo of his grandfather's family. When Gu Nianji saw this, she quickly found a relatively flat rock from the forest beside the grass and stuffed it in front of Qin Beoi. She said to He Jichu, "Young master He, make him kowtow to this. The grass is too soft. It's too easy on him." He Jichu, however, he still listened to Gu Nianji's suggestion. He grabbed the back of Qin Beoi's neck again and knocked it against the rock. It wasn't a big deal to kowtow on the grass, but it was different to kowtow to a rock. Qin Beoi's head hurt violently. His forehead was quickly damaged, and blood gradually dyed the rock red. He Qingjian finally came back to his senses when he heard the sound of kowtowing. He turned his head to take a look and immediately strode over. He asked He Jichu, "What photo is this?" He Jichu pursed his lips and stopped what he was doing. He handed the photo to He Qingjian. He Qingjian took it and could tell at a glance that the two adults in the photo were his father-in-law and mother-in-law. After he married Qin Suan, he had helped Qin Suan investigate her parents back then, but he had only found information and photos of these two people. It was what they looked like in this family photo. The little girl nestled between the two of them was undoubtedly Qin Suan when she was young. She looked so much like Gu Nianji when she was young. He Qingjian looked up at Gu Nianji in surprise, then looked at the photo. He suddenly became excited and reached out his arms to her. "Nianji. So you're my biological daughter. Come here. Dad has wronged you. Dad has let you down. I knew it. You're so good at fighting lawsuits, and you always remind me of Susu. Susu treated you so well back then, even better than her own son. I should have known that you're my daughter. You're not Gu Xiangwen's daughter. At that moment, Lu Jin, who had been watching quietly from the side, suddenly wanted to rush over angrily, but Lu Yuan was quick to react. He grabbed his hands with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. Lu Yuan's hand strength was much stronger than Lu Jin's, and Lu Yuan was a martial arts practitioner. He had never abandoned his martial arts after so many years. Therefore, Lu Jin had no chance of struggling. When Hua Xiaoheng climbed up from the sinkhole, he happened to see this scene. He raised an eyebrow, patted the dust off his body, and stood up straight. However, no one noticed that someone had climbed up from the bottom of the sinkhole. Even the most vigilant Peter was attracted by the show in front of him. It wasn't until Hua Xiaoheng walked up to him that he was shocked. As the KGB's ace of the Far East, there would actually be a day when someone would sneak up on him without him noticing. Peter immediately reflected on his mistake and took a big step to the side to stay away from Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng happened to be standing where Peter had been with his hands behind his back. He was in the exact same posture as the bodyguard, and he quietly blended in. Of course, Gu Nianji didn't notice that someone had come. She was also confused by He Qingjin's reaction. Shouldn't he be furious and unable to tolerate the child that Qin Suwen had secretly given birth to, behind his back? But why would he think that she was his biological daughter? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said calmly, "General He, you're mistaken. I'm not your biological daughter." "How can that be?" He Qingjian was excited. "You look almost identical to Susu when she was young, and you look quite similar to Susu now. Just by looking at your appearance, I can tell that you must be her biological daughter. And you've inherited her talent in the law. How can that be not?" Gu Nianji had a headache. She spread her hands and said, "I'm lawyer Qin Suwen's biological daughter, but I'm not your biological daughter." Lu Jin was watching from the side. Gu Nianji didn't want Lu Jin to misunderstand at all, and she didn't want him to be sad. He Qingjian blinked, as if he found Gu Nianji's words difficult to understand. He frowned and said, "What do you mean? You're Susu's biological daughter, so of course you're my biological daughter. What are you hinting at? I won't allow you to speak ill of Susu. Even if you're her biological daughter." Qin Bei sat on the ground and laughed out loud. "He Qingjian, oh He Qingjian. Aren't you disgusting? Your wife made you a cuckold, and you still don't understand. TSK, if she's your biological daughter, do you want your biological daughter to marry your biological son? Ha 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 ha. What right do you have to laugh?" Gu Nianji was furious. She slapped Qin Bei so hard that his neck was almost broken. "Your daughter, Qin Yaguang, strongly supported my engagement to young Master He." Gu Nianji sneered and rubbed her red palms. "She knew whose biological daughter I was from the beginning to the end. Who's more disgusting?" At this point, Gu Nianji didn't want to continue hiding it. He Qingjian had to face this fact, and there was no better place than here to reveal the truth. Gu Nianji turned to look at He Qingjian and said, "Back then, Qin Yaguang proposed gene editing therapy in order to treat young Master He. She did a lot of artificial insemination zygotes. One of them was a zygote she synthesized using the germ cells of lawyer Qin Suwen and my father, Gu Xiangwen. Later, she transplanted it into her own uterus, implanted it, and finally gave birth to me. That's why Qin Yaguang was the culprit. If you want to blame someone, blame Qin Yaguang. She had evil intentions and was deliberately trying to disgust you and lawyer Qin Suwen." Gu Nianji lowered her eyes. Her thin body looked extremely lonely in the dim sky. She said in a low voice, "Lawyer Qin Suwen is innocent. She didn't betray you. She didn't even know about my daughter's existence until she died. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 1918, Reorganizing the Past, 3. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there are 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 1930. I didn't even know until I died. He Qingjian chewed on this sentence. His bloodshot mind gradually calmed down, and his heart was blank. The person he loved the most in the world had experienced so much pain, but he didn't know it all. Not only did he not know, but even she herself didn't remember. This realization pained his heart, and his chest ached. He didn't cover his chest. He just shifted his gaze away and looked at the calm and composed 3D holographic virtual woman in front of him. It was his familiar posture and eyes, but not his familiar face. He had never dreamed that Qin Suwen's true face would be so beautiful. Although her facial features were very similar to Qin Yaoguang's, their temperaments were completely different, causing their appearances to be slightly different. It was like they were on the same rose tree. Qin Suwen was the flower on the rose tree, and Qin Yaoguang was just an annoying thorn on the rose tree. No, it was a poisonous thorn that could kill. He Qingjian suddenly retracted his gaze and strode towards the friend sitting on the other side. When he arrived in front of him, He Qingjian bowed slightly and suddenly reached out. He grabbed the man's neck and slowly tightened his fingers. It was like a red-hot iron clamp around his throat. The man didn't expect He Qingjian to be so old, but his grip strength was stronger than He Jichu's. Blood crawled up his cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his face quickly turned purple. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes bulged like a goldfish's. The oxygen supply to his brain was insufficient, and he was about to hallucinate. He Qingjian held the family photo He Jichu had given him and almost stuck it on the face of his friend. You still dare to say that you didn't know what Suwen looked like when she was young? You really didn't know that you would set a trap to capture Nianji the moment you saw her? He Qingjian's grip became stronger and stronger, and the man was almost suffocating. His heart tightened as he desperately tried to absorb oxygen from the thinning air. You're lying. You can't just deny it, He Jichu said calmly from the side. He Jichu said calmly from the side, with tangible physical evidence and a logical chain of reasoning, we can sentence him without a confession. Gu Nianji quickly said, that's right. Let's understand the sentence with zero confession. Zero confession. Why did you sentence me to jail for something I didn't admit to? The man's eyeballs were about to burst. Gu Nianji nodded. Of course, the so-called zero confession sentence doesn't mean that you don't have a confession at all. It means that you don't have a confession that you personally committed the crime. Just like you, sir, who are stubborn and refuse to admit that you personally participated in the crime of persecuting lawyer Qin Suwen and her family. In this case, we have tangible physical evidence, witnesses, and logic, motive, to form a complete chain of evidence, and the court can sentence you. Gu Nianji quickly thought about the person's actions and tried to find a breakthrough point. She suddenly thought of what He Qingjian had just said. You still dare to say that you don't know what Su Wen looked like when she was young? You really didn't know that you would set a trap to capture Nianji the moment you saw her? The memory of falling into this man's cellar in Sea City suddenly replayed in her mind. Thinking back to what she had just deduced, Qin Huichang must have been threatened. Moreover, he was threatened by the safety of his loved ones, which was why he agreed to sell the land. She exclaimed as if she had been enlightened, I know. He was the one who made the first move. Gu Nianji pointed excitedly at the friend, whose face was purple. It was him. He set a trap to kidnap lawyer Qin Suwen. Just like the time he kidnapped me. He helped Qin Bei kidnap lawyer Qin Suwen, who was only 8 years old at the time, and used her life to threaten old Mr. Qin Huichang. Hua Xiaoheng spoke at the right time. If Qin Suwen had disappeared when she was 8 years old, why didn't her father, Qin Huichang, call the police? Gu Nianji's eardrums vibrated when she heard this voice, and her heart was filled with joy. She looked up at Hua Xiaoheng, her eyes shining like sunlight shining through the clouds and into her eyes. "You're here." Her eyes could speak. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and responded with his eyes, "I'm here." Gu Nianji's gaze was almost glued to Hua Xiaoheng's face. Hua Xiaoheng felt that her gaze was honey, and he felt sweet at a glance. Although he didn't like sweets, he couldn't refuse Gu Nianji's sweetness. He smiled at her, his eyes filled with love and affection that he had never shown before. Gu Nianji suddenly felt that she wasn't lonely anymore. Even if the whole world abandoned her, she still had Major General Hua. With the nourishment and warmth of love, Gu Nianji's mind worked even faster. She even broke through a key point. I know why Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery to look like Qin Suwen a year in advance. I also know why old Mr. Qin Huichang didn't call the police." Gu Nianji's clear voice echoed in the open space near the Tunguska sinkhole. The clouds were low, the sky was dark, and the temperature dropped sharply. There were specks of snow slowly falling from the sky. The first snow of the long Siberian winter had arrived. Gu Nianji didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, her entire body was hot, as if the sun had penetrated the thick clouds and was shining on her alone. Almost everyone's eyes were on her. Except for He Zhichu, who only took a glance before looking away with a frown. He couldn't look at the woman he had once loved so deeply, so deeply. Gu Nianji walked to He Qingjin's side and gently but firmly took the yellowed family photo from his hand. She said clearly, Qin Yaoguang had plastic surgery to look like Qin Suwen a year in advance to confuse and deceive Qin Huichang. I speculated just now that this friend kidnapped Qin Suwen and used her life to threaten Qin Huichang. Generally speaking, when something like this happens, the victim's family will choose to call the police. The police will help you find the kidnappers. But Qin Huichang didn't call the police. Why? Judging from Qin Suwen's personality, Qin Huichang and his wife aren't weak and ignorant people. They wouldn't avoid the police and directly contact the kidnappers to negotiate terms. And Qin Suwen's personality is even more resolute. She would rather die than live in dishonor. Even if she's still young, this kind of personality won't change. Moreover, the kidnappers are holding back because their ultimate goal is to make Qin Huichang agree to sell the land, not to really take Qin Suwen's life. In other words, before Qin Huichang agrees to sell the land, they can't kill this family. Moreover, they have to make her live well. Only then can they achieve their goal. But why would Qin Suwen cooperate with them? I can imagine that Qin Suwen, who was only 8 years old back then, wouldn't have given these people any chance to compromise. Under such circumstances, or rather, this cunning old fox, Qin Beoi, who had long understood Qin Huichang's family's temper and personality, had no intention of letting Qin Suwen threaten her father, Qin Huichang. Gu Nianji walked to Qin Yaoguang, who was lying on the makeshift stretcher bed. She pointed at her face and said. His plan was probably to let Qin Yaoguang, who had plastic surgery a year ago, replace Qin Suwen. At that time, there was no internet. If the kidnappers wanted to contact their families, they would usually use the phone. Considering that the kidnappers this time aren't ordinary people, and they have the support of the American consortium, LoveLore, they must have handheld cameras in their hands. So, they must have used Qin Yaoguang to pretend to be Qin Suwen and filmed a videotape of her crying and begging for mercy. She personally asked Qin Huichang to sell the land in exchange for her freedom and not to call the police. She explicitly hinted that if she called the police, these people would kill her. Then, the videotape could be sent to Qin Huichang's hands without anyone noticing through the hands of this friend. When Qin Huichang, who knows his daughter very well, sees this videotape, what will he think? They definitely won't think that someone looks exactly like their daughter. Even more so, they won't think that someone is pretending to be their daughter. Instead, they'll think, why would their stubborn daughter be so scared? What did the other party do to her to scare her out of her wits? For biological parents who love their children, worldly possessions like money are far less important than their children. Therefore, Qin Huichang, who originally didn't plan to sell the land and might call the police, changed his mind in an instant. He agreed to sell the land and didn't plan to call the police, but the condition was that he saw his daughter unharmed. At this point, Gu Nianji paused for a moment and observed the expressions of Qin Bei and the friend. Qin Bei was experienced and prudent, but the corners of his mouth twitched from time to time. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, the eyes of that friend flickered even more intensely. It was obvious that her speculation was correct, and the man's psychological defenses were beginning to crumble. He Jichu clenched his fists and resisted the urge to shoot the man to death. He said coldly, "If you're willing to become a tainted witness, I can plead with the judge to give you a lighter sentence." The man's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found hope. His body was instantly filled with strength. He held He Qingjian's hand and tried to squeeze out a sentence. "Let go of me first. As long as General He also agrees to let me be a tainted witness. I'll say." This was the second update of today, Chapter 1919, Reorganizing the Past, 4. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there were 2 updates today. Moi, Big Shots, Little Angels. Chapter 1931. He Qingjian's face was expressionless, as if he was in extreme grief and had lost all hope. He looked down at the friend whose eyes were flickering. He slowly let go of the hand that was strangling his throat and straightened up. "Speak." He only threw down one word. That friend covered his throat and coughed twice. He only felt relieved when he saw He Qingjian express his stance. He stood up with his hands on the grass and pointed at Qin Bei, who was sitting not far away. He gritted his teeth and said, "It was him. He took the initiative to talk to me at a dinner party. He said that he wanted to open a clinic and had his eyes on a piece of land in Z City. However, after going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he found out that the land was already owned. He contacted the owner of the land, but the person said that he wasn't selling the land. I asked him, didn't all the land belong to the country after the founding of the People's Republic? Why is there still land that is private? Qin Bei told me that most of the land is state-owned, and only a very small number of land has clear property rights. Later, after liquidation, it returned to the previous owner of the land. That's the situation with the land he had his eyes on. I could only express my sympathy. He didn't say whose land it was. Then I fell into his trap and lost a lot of money gambling. Those people were so fierce. They said that if I didn't pay back the money, they would go to my house and cut off my business. I returned all the money in the bank to them, but they still wouldn't give up. They said that if I didn't pay back the money, they would go to the police station to sue me for gambling. At that time, gambling was a heavy sentence. I was scared to death. Then Qin Bei came again. He knew about my situation and said that he had a way to make money. As long as I could help him, he would give me a sum of money to pay off my gambling debts. At that time, I was already at my wit's end. I had borrowed all the money I could from my relatives and friends. I really didn't have any money, so I could only listen to him. Qin Bei said coldly, "You were the one who listened to me. Your old friend Qin Huichang's family actually had such a large piece of land in Z City. Moreover, most of his family members had gone abroad and had very powerful overseas connections. When his relatives went abroad, they left all their assets in the country to Qin Huichang. Qin Huichang was actually very rich. That's why you're resentful. You think that your friend has money but doesn't help you pay off your gambling debts, so you can't even be considered a friend. I didn't, cried the friend, in a panic, turning his head quickly from side to side. I really didn't. I just want to borrow some money. I've never thought of asking them to pay off my debt. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. I think you do. That's the only way to explain why you would suddenly help an outsider harm someone you're indebted to. That's for sure. Money is one of the reasons, but for some people, seeing their close friends suddenly become rich when they have almost nothing, is more difficult to accept than seeing an outsider become a millionaire. He Jichu added calmly, this isn't a debt of gratitude, but a debt of gratitude. A man who is never satisfied is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Do you still want me to be a witness to testify against Qin Bei? That friend of theirs flew into a rage out of embarrassment. Gu Nianji pouted and thought to herself, would it be possible for you to be a tainted witness? Why don't you take a look at who you've harmed? However, she didn't say anything else. He Qingjian put his hands behind his back and stared at the beautiful 3D holographic figure in the snow of Siberia. He said in a deep voice. Continue. The friend recalled for a while and said, actually, I don't remember much after that. It was Qin Bei who asked me to help kidnap Qin Huichang's only daughter, Qin Suwen. How did you kidnap her? He Jichu interrupted him. Tell me clearly. The man was stunned for a moment. He didn't want to say it, but he was frightened by He Jichu's sharp and cold gaze. He couldn't help but say. One day after school, I said I had something fun for her to play with. After she came, as he spoke, he glanced at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji laughed. Don't tell me it's really the same as tricking me into falling into a trap. The corners of the man's mouth twitched as he said, more or less, but that's not the point. The point is, Qin Bei was the one who ordered me to do it. Qin Bei laughed mockingly and admitted bluntly, yes, I was the one who told you to do it. But I didn't point a gun at your head. You agreed without hesitation. It was very unexpected at the time. I thought it would take more effort and more money. The man was so embarrassed by Qin Bei's words that he couldn't even lift his head. It was easy to do bad things behind someone's back, but it was very embarrassing to be exposed in person. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Bei in surprise. He had actually confessed. He Jichu had already arranged for someone to record the entire scene and upload it to the cloud at the same time. He had to capture all of the confessions of these two people. He Qingjian was still expressionless. He only looked at the friend and then at Qin Bei. He grunted indifferently. What else? I'll tell you the rest myself. Qin Bei waved his hand, and his aura returned. The friend panicked and quickly said. I'm the witness. You guys aren't going back on your word, are you? He was afraid that because Qin Bei had taken the initiative to confess, these people would use Qin Bei as a witness to testify against him. Gu Nianji shook her head speechlessly and looked away. She didn't want to see this person's ugly behavior. It was really an eyesore. Qin Bei also glanced at this person disdainfully and scoffed. He ignored him and thought to himself, you still want to be a witness? How could he believe the words of that old fox, He Qingjin? Not to mention the person they had plotted against back then. It was Qin Suwen, the person He Qingjian had in his heart. It would have been better if he didn't know about these things. Once he knew, Qin Bei knew that he had no chance of survival. So now that things had come to this, he was going all out. Only by putting himself in a dead end would he have a chance of survival. He said in a low voice, I did need that land back then because Lorraine told me that this land would be zoned to the special zone. At that time, only this land was privately owned and could be transferred. The other lands were all state-owned, so I couldn't buy them even if I wanted to. Moreover, he also revealed that according to the special zone policy formulated by the country, after it was zoned as a special zone, privately owned land could enter the circulation field. At that time, just this land alone would be worth millions. Decades ago, even 10,000 yuan households were the object of everyone's admiration, not to mention millions and tens of millions. If I had this land, even if I didn't sell it, I could use this land as collateral to get a bank loan to open a hospital. I knew who this land belonged to the moment I heard it. My ancestors used to work for the Qin family. Our family's surname was later changed to the same surname as the owner. They used to be famous in our place. Later, their family went abroad and went north. No one was in Z City anymore. I happen to know that Qin Huichang and his family didn't go abroad and went to C City. So I started to make preparations. I first investigated the situation of their family, then came up with an idea. When I came back, I gave my daughter, Qin Yaoguang, plastic surgery. This friend has already told me what happened after that. Qin Bei laughed. To be honest, many of the ideas were suggested by this friend. He was the most familiar with Qin Huichang, so his ideas were the most effective. From the kidnapping of Qin Suwen to Qin Yaoguang pretending to be Qin Suwen to shoot a distress video, and the car accident that Qin Huichang's family encountered after returning to C City, it was all done by this person. Qin Bei made a gesture of counting money. I know people the best. I'm only responsible for paying, and there will be capable people to do things for me. That friend was sweating profusely. He was so anxious that he couldn't speak clearly. He's talking nonsense. It's all his fault. He's the one who ordered it. I'm just helping. He Qingjian turned around abruptly. At some point, he was already holding a pistol in his hand. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots that sounded like firecrackers rang out in the wilderness next to the Tunguska sinkhole in Siberia. That friend lowered his head in disbelief and looked at his heart that had almost been pierced through. A beast-like howl burst out of his throat. Halfway through the howl, his legs went limp and he knelt on the ground. He happened to be facing the holographic 3D virtual portrait of Qin Suwen with her long hair fluttering in the wind. He fell straight down as if he had kowtowed to her. Then, he lay on the ground and died. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Why did you kill him just like that? You let him off too easily. He Jichu said coldly, no, for someone who's afraid of death, only death is the greatest punishment. However, he still walked to He Qingjian's side and took the pistol from his hand with his gloves on. He said, Father, you don't have to do it yourself. Let me do it. He Qingjian shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, I didn't ask for it. I should be the one to compensate you. He knew it was too late, but it was better late than never. The snowflakes in the sky were getting heavier, and the ground was covered with a layer of white snow. The man's blood dyed the snow red. He Qingjian walked step by step to Qin Bei and muttered. Why? Without waiting for Qin Bei's answer, He Qingjian shouted again, why? You schemed to seize the land just to open a hospital and make a fortune. Don't take us for fools. Gu Nianji quickly said, his private hospital worked with LoveLore. I don't know how many unknown things they've done. We have to interrogate them properly. He Jichu put his hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and stopped her from stepping forward. He said calmly, he's using the private hospital as a cover to cover up their laboratory. Qin Bei smiled disapprovingly. My daughter is a great scientist to begin with. I used the money earned by my own hospital to fund her laboratory. Why would I need to cover it up? Just funding her laboratory. He Jichu's investigations over the past few days had not been fruitless. He ordered someone to bring a suitcase over and threw it on the snow in front of Qin Bei. See for yourself. Your daughter's laboratory is just a cover. You have your own laboratory. Nianji was right when she said you were a medical genius. All these years, you've also been studying medicine and genetics. However, unlike your daughter's research on perfect genes, you're working with foreigners to study the absolute weakness of the Huaxia race's genes. He Qingjian's eyes widened as he questioned Qin Bei, why are you working with foreigners to study the absolute weakness of the Huaxia race's genes? What are you trying to do? Qin Bei's pupils constricted. His last secret had been exposed by He Zhichu and Gu Nianji. What else did he have to worry about? He looked up at the sky and laughed out loud. His aura was no weaker than He Qingjian's. Don't you know what I'm trying to do? He raised his head and looked proudly at the crowd around him. He said loudly, measure the Huaxia race's genes and make the country happy. Inferior races are only fit to be gene banks and breed with other advanced races. He Qingjian's eyes were bloodshot. When he realized that he no longer had a gun in his hand, he simply pounced on Qin Bei and grabbed him by the throat. Qin Bei seemed to have been waiting for him to do so. As soon as He Qingjian pounced on him, Qin Bei quickly grabbed He Qingjian's hand that was strangling his throat and said loudly, there's a time bomb in my body. Hurry up and give me a helicopter to leave. Otherwise, I'll die with him. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1920, Reorganization of the Past, 5. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. 8:00 in the evening the next day. Kiss, kiss, little angels. Chapter 1932. There was a time bomb in his body. What kind of trick was this? Gu Nianji was dumbfounded. She was a little impressed by that old man, Qin Bei. How many backup plans had he prepared? He Zhichu was very anxious when he heard that, but he didn't dare to fire. What if he detonated the time bomb in Qin Bei's body? He was an insider, so he knew that this kind of time bomb that was implanted in the human body was much more powerful than a normal time bomb. As long as it detonated, not only He Qingjian, but also the people around him would be in trouble. He could only throw caution to the wind and try to pull He Qingjian away. Gu Nianji quickly pulled him back, but He Zhichu was too strong and ran too fast. She stumbled and followed him to Qin Bei's side. Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his body and pulled Gu Nianji away. He quickly spun around and hugged her in his arms. Qin Bei saw that these people were surrounding him and laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. Ha ha ha, with all of you dying with me, even if I die, I won't feel wronged. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. As he spoke, he activated the time bomb in his body and began to shout the countdown. Lu Jin couldn't help it anymore. While Lu Yuan's expression was solemn and his attention was on Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng, he pushed him away and took out his phone from his pocket. He quickly opened his electromagnetic detection and shielding software and ran towards Qin Bei. As he ran, he quickly adjusted the signal and cracked the code of the time bomb. From the time he broke free from Lu Yuan to the time he ran to Gu Nianji's side in front of Qin Bei, it had only taken him 9 seconds. Qin Bei's countdown had already reached 2. At this moment, Lu Jin pressed his phone and shouted, "Stop counting. I've already intercepted your time bomb signal." Qin Bei's mouth was still in the shape of 2, but his expression was a little strange. A second passed, and the countdown of the time bomb was completed, but the bomb did not explode. It seemed that the time bomb crisis had indeed been resolved. He Zhichu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He grabbed He Qingjian's arm and pulled it away, but he couldn't move it at all. "Father." He Zhichu's heart sank. He thought about what He Qingjian had just said. His father probably didn't want to live anymore. "Father. We won't let him go." Please let go of me first. Who are you calling an inferior race? He Qingjian didn't care at all that Qin Bei said that there was a time bomb, nor did he care about He Jichu. He only tightened his grip on Qin Bei's throat and roared, "Aren't you from the Huaxia Empire yourself?" Gu Nianji snuggled in Hu Xiaoheng's arms, feeling very safe. She thought quickly and said loudly, Qin Bei was originally from the Huaxia Empire. He was the same as his daughter, Qin Yaoguang. They both had Huaxia genes. We tested it. You're Chinese, yet you call yourself an inferior race. Peter muttered. You Chinese really have too many people. Yeah, there are all kinds of birds in a big forest. Gu Nianji snorted. There are also many foreigners who have the spirit of the Huaxia Empire. This Qin Bei was probably one of the most sincere foreigners who contributed money and effort. There are always Huaxia people on the internet saying things that humiliate the Huaxia people. Try to understand them. So what if I'm Chinese? I'm ashamed to be a Chinese. I want to change my genes. I want to turn myself into a Caucasian. Qin Bei roared with all his might. I'm going to turn into a Caucasian soon. Lu Jin was already standing beside Gu Nianji. He pulled her out of Hu Xiaoheng's arms with one hand and sneered, "Stop dreaming. Turn into a Caucasian. You're albino." What did you say? Qin Bei's expression changed. He looked even more devastated than when he had shouted that he was going to detonate a time bomb and perish together with Yi Qingjian. Who are you calling albino? I'm talking about you. When Lu Jin's tongue was poisonous, he wouldn't stop until the other party felt like dying. Do you think that because your skin is gradually whitening and losing its pigment, you've become a Caucasian? You've got albinism from a genetic mutation. Bullsh *T Caucasian. You might as well bask in the sun every day. When you tan yourself, you can say that you've mutated and have black genes. I'll believe you. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Bei curiously. No wonder every time she saw Qin Bei, she felt that he looked a little more youthful. It turned out that his skin was gradually losing its pigment. She couldn't help giggling. So that's how it is. No wonder your hair is white without any impurities, and your face is getting redder and redder. Qin Bei, why do you hate your own race so much? Qin Bei was angered by Gu Nianji and Lu Jin's words. He roared, Huaxia has always been an inferior race. It should have been divided up by the great powers back then. Isn't it good to be a colony of the great powers? Why are you resisting? An inferior race still wants to be number one in the world. The great powers won't let you off. Gu Nianji spat at him and retorted, Huaxia's average standard has been pulled down because of you. She clicked her tongue twice and said, I've seen a lot of energetic foreigners on the internet these past few years. There are exquisite, elite, virtuous, and even unimaginable elite seals. But I've never seen a foreigner with such spirit as you. Those elite foreigners are just keyboard warriors who talk nonsense on the internet. You're the only one who sincerely contributes money and manpower to help the great powers prepare to destroy Huaxia. Hu Xiaoheng said lightly, that's not surprising. When Japan invaded Huaxia, there were also many spies in Huaxia. But we still won. Yes, yes, yes. Gu Nianji nodded incessantly. Who does this old man think he is? He wants to destroy Huaxia on his own. Does he have the ability and intelligence to do so? He really knows how to add drama to his own show. Lu Jin mocked, it's not surprising that he has this wish. After all, he's a spiritual foreigner. But if he has this wish and truly believes that he has the ability, then he's hysterical. He even wants to drag my girl down with him. Did he ask me? He's so stupid. Pfft. Qin Bei was furious from Gu Nianji and Lu Jin's combined attacks. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto He Qingjin's chest. He Zhichu became even more anxious. "Father, let go. Let go. I'll deal with him. Let me deal with him." However, He Qingjin refused to let go. His fingers exerted even more force, and Qin Bei's eyes rolled back. He could only exhale, but not inhale. Gu Nianji quickly pushed Hua Xiaoheng. "Go and help pull General He back. It's not worth dying with such a person." The time bomb crisis in Qin Bei's body had been resolved. Gu Nianji trusted Lu Jin very much. Lu Jin scanned Qin Bei with his phone and pursed his lips. The time bomb is in his stomach. How uncreative. If I were the one who set it up, it would be much more hidden than this. He Qingjin suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Jin. He frowned. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Jin was instantly stumped. His eyes wandered and he began to look around. Gu Nianji gritted her teeth, thinking that this was the best chance. She said loudly, "He's my father, Gu Xiangwen. He's not the murderer who killed Qin Suwen. Lord, he has cancelled your arrest warrant. Don't blame my father anymore." He Qingjian seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. He roared, "Gu Xiangwen. How dare you come in front of me? Speak. Did you know that you and Susu had Gu Nianji?" Although Qin Yaoguang had secretly synthesized the fertilized egg, He Qingjian didn't believe that Gu Xiangwen didn't know at all. Lu Jin was tongue-tied. After a while, he said honestly, "I really didn't know at first. It wasn't until I went to do gene editing on the fertilized egg that I realized." Gu Nianji quickly explained to Lu Jin. She said anxiously, "General my father was actually the one who did the gene editing. The person who really saved young master, he was my father. It wasn't Qin Yaoguang. You have to think it through." He Qingjin glared at Lu Jin. It was this person who had a child with his beloved Susu. Susu was innocent. He just wanted to tear this person into pieces. But he had also saved He Zhichu. Qin Suwen and He Zhichu were the two people He Qingjin valued the most in this world. For a moment, He Qingjin couldn't decide whether to hate Gu Xiangwen or thank him. In his shock, his grip loosened a little. At that moment, Qin Bei took advantage of this opportunity to bite the back of He Qingjin's hand. He bit so deeply that the back of He Qingjin's hand was bleeding. Gu Nianji saw this and exclaimed, "Let go of him. Qin Bei is biting me." The snow was getting heavier and heavier, almost blocking everyone's vision. He Zhichu's eyes were red. He finally pulled He Qingjin away. At the same time, he used all his strength to kick Qin Bei, sending him flying. Qin Bei had been standing next to the sinkhole, but now he was kicked into the sinkhole. He Zhichu immediately pulled out his gun and fired 3 shots at the rapidly falling Qin Bei's stomach. Bang! Bang! After the gunshots, there was an earth-shattering explosion that almost shook the entire valley. Snow rustled down from the branches and hit the ground in large chunks, creating clouds of snow mist. Qin Bei didn't even have time to make a sound before the time bomb in his body was detonated by He Zhichu's bullet. He was instantly blown into ashes. It was literally annihilated into nothingness. The intensity of the time bomb in his body would produce an extremely high temperature in a very short period of time. The human body wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of temperature. Even the bottom of the sinkhole had been blown up, showing the power of the time bomb in his body. If it had really been detonated in the open space next to the sinkhole, no one would have survived within a 5-meter radius. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a little scared. The corners of Peter's mouth twitched. Fortunately, young master He intervened. Otherwise, everyone would have been finished. Qin Bei, that old guy, is too powerful. Lu Jin, on the other hand, was still brooding over Qin Bei's attempt to hurt Gu Nianji. He sneered. With me here, he won't be able to show off. Gu Nianji, the most smug person was obviously you. This was the second update of today, chapter 1921, the most smug person. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1933. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. Qin Suan's holographic 3D avatar was still smiling in the heavy snow. He Qingjian couldn't take his eyes off her. It was as if he had forgotten about the people or things around him. He just quietly looked at the most important person in his life. He Jichu walked over worriedly and said softly, "Father, let's go back." He Qingjian didn't say anything. He had stood there for a long time, and his head was a little dizzy. The wound on the back of his hand that Qin Bei had bitten was still bleeding. He Jichu saw that he didn't speak, so he asked again and patted him on the shoulder. He Qingjian actually fell straight down just like that. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly rushed forward to support him. He Jichu's heart tightened. He turned to look at Lu Jin, pursed his lips, and begged. "Can you help me check on my father's condition?" Lu Jin didn't have any ill feelings towards He Jichu, but he still frowned and said, "Your father once wanted Nianji's life. If I save him, he won't continue to want our lives when he wakes up, right?" He was still holding a grudge against He Qingjian for setting up a trap to severely injure Gu Nianji. He Jichu smiled bitterly. "No, my father isn't someone who doesn't know right from wrong. He's just been deceived for too long." Gu Nianji couldn't bear it. She quickly pushed Lu Jin and said in a low voice, "Dad, just help General He. For the sake of the monk, General He's contributions to the country over the years are indelible. I don't care what contributions he made to the country." Lu Jin glared at her. "He almost killed you back then. What happened back then was too complicated." Gu Nianji sighed. She knew that she had to use another way to convince Lu Jin. She rolled her eyes and said deliberately, "But General, he was injured by Qin Bei. Who knows if this cunning old man has any tricks up his sleeve? It's understandable that you don't want to see him. After all, this old man is quite powerful. I'm afraid of him." Lu Jin jumped up and immediately said to He Jichu, "Send your father to my RV. I have a full set of medical testing equipment there." He Jichu was overjoyed and quickly said, "Thank you, Uncle Gu." As he spoke, he picked up his father and carried him to his car. Lu Jin followed Lu Yuan back. When they passed by the SUV that Peter and Gu Nianji were in, Lu Jin said to Lu Yuan, "There's also a time bomb in this car. You have to get someone to dismantle it. Although I've disabled the automatic detonation mechanism, it's not foolproof. If someone shoots at the taxi, it will still explode." Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but say, "Why are you only telling me such an important thing now?" Lu Jin rolled his eyes confidently. "How is that important? With me around, you want to remotely control a time bomb. Do you think I'm dead?" Lu Yuan, if he had known earlier, he wouldn't have said anything. Countless facts had proven that he shouldn't have argued with someone like Lu Jin. Gu Nianji looked at Qin Yaoguang, who was still lying alone on the temporary stretcher bed, and said, "What about her? What else can we do?" Hua Xiaoheng walked over. "I heard that it was sent to the KGB for research." Gu Nianji, Peter had already gone to get someone to take Qin Yaoguang away. He Jichu and He Qingjian's men were cleaning up the scene, so they wouldn't leave any traces. The 3 instruments were also packed up and taken away. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left, as if nothing had happened. When Hua Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji away, Gu Nianji was still looking back at the sinkhole. She still felt that something was wrong. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips. What are you still looking at? Can't bear to part with it. No. I just feel strange. I just thought it was a little strange. Gu Nianji shook her head. Maybe I'm overthinking it. She thought she was seeing things. The scene above the sinkhole looked a little strange. She couldn't tell what was strange about it, but she felt that it was different. Hua Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He brought her back to the staff parking lot of the Tunguska Hotel. Lu Jin's RV was parked there. They were the last to return. The RV was filled with He Zichu and He Qingjin's plainclothes soldiers. Their personal secretaries were also waiting anxiously in front of the RV. Gu Nianji thought about it and knocked on the car door. She asked, "Young Master He, can I come in?" After a while, He Zichu came over to open the car door and let her in. Just as he was about to close the car door, Hua Xiaoheng blocked the car door with his hand and squeezed in as well. He Zichu wasn't in the mood to argue with him anymore. He turned around and walked back to Lu Jin's temporary ward in the RV. He Qingjin lay on the hospital bed with his eyes closed and was surrounded by many instruments. Lu Jin was sitting in front of the experiment table not far away, doing a virus test. "How is General He?" Gu Nianji asked softly with concern. He Zichu sat in front of He Qingjin's hospital bed and said in a low voice, "He's awake, but he's still not feeling well. Uncle Gu is testing my father's blood for the virus." Gu Nianji's eyes widened in surprise. "No way. Qin Bei's bite was really poisonous." He Zichu nodded helplessly. "I guess so. There's a virus." Gu Nianji gasped. "Young Master He, it's a good thing that you detonated the time bomb in his body with one shot. Otherwise, I really don't know how many of us would have been hurt." It was obvious how serious the consequences of Qin Bei's counterattack before his death would be. Hua Xiaoheng also said, "Young Master He said that Qin Bei's research was aimed at the genetic weaknesses of the Huaxia Empire. Could his virus this time be related to this?" This was what He Zichu was most worried about. He sighed and looked at He Qingjian without blinking. He shook his head. "I don't know." Gu Nianji didn't know what to say. She turned to look around and realized that Lu Yuan wasn't there. She asked curiously, "Where's President Lu?" Hua Xiaoheng remembered something and quickly said, "I'll go talk to President Lu." "Nianji, stay here and don't move." Gu Nianji smiled mischievously and said, "Okay, but Major General Hua, you don't have to buy me oranges. I won't eat oranges for the rest of my life." Hua Xiaoheng, He Zichu, Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's head. "Naughty." He got up and left the RV, leaving Gu Nianji to accompany He Zichu and wait for Lu Jin's test results. Not long after, He Qingjian opened his eyes and looked around. He Zichu quickly leaned over and asked happily, "Dad, are you feeling better?" He Qingjian nodded slightly and his gaze fell on Gu Nianji, who was beside He Zichu. He looked at her in disappointment and slowly reached out from under the blanket. "Nianji, come here and let me take a good look at you." Gu Nianji walked over and tried her best to maintain a smile. "General He, are you feeling better?" He Qingjian looked at her for a long time and finally said, "Nianji, are you willing to call me father?" Gu Nianji, she lowered her eyes and declined softly, "Uncle He, you'll recover soon." He Qingjian sighed and looked away. He looked at the shadowless lamp above his head and muttered, "If Su Su and I had a daughter, she wouldn't be any worse than you." Gu Nianji, Lu Jin happened to walk over with the virus test results. He said angrily, "He Qingjian, if you say that again, don't blame me for falling out with you." He Qingjian turned his head and glared at Lu Jin. "Gu Xiangwen. How dare you come here? Don't think that I'll let you go just because you saved us." Lu Jin spread his hands. Look, look. Is this kind of person worth saving? Father, don't be angry. He Ji-chu tucked He Qingjian in and turned to Lu Jin. Uncle Gu, my father was just saying that in a fit of anger. He won't do anything to you. Ha, you make it sound like he's never wanted me. Lu Jin snorted and put the virus test report in He Ji-chu's hand. Look at it yourself. Your father is indeed infected with the virus. Ha! He Ji-chu suddenly became nervous. He hurriedly read the virus test report, but he still didn't understand. Uncle Gu, can you explain to me what kind of virus my father is infected with? Gu Nianji also looked at Lu Jin inquiringly and said, Dad, tell me quickly. How can laymen like us understand such a professional report? Lu Jin's mood improved when he heard this. He smiled and said, this virus should be a new type of virus developed by Qin Bei and the others. It's specifically targeted at the genetic weaknesses of the Huaxia Empire. This virus mainly infects the hippocampus, which is in charge of memory in the patient's brain. In the most serious case, it can wipe out all of the patient's memory. Moreover, after the memory is wiped out, the brain function will degenerate, and in the end, the patient will become a mentally disabled patient with a low IQ. Lu Jin paused for a moment. In my opinion, Qin Yaoguang's so-called memory-stripping surgery should have been used to infect part of the hippocampus during the surgery, causing the patient's short-term memory to be permanently lost. Because she was working with the military at that time, I don't think she would dare to use a more powerful virus. Therefore, after the infection, she could use the excuse of follow-up observation to give the patient medicine that specifically resists this virus so that the patient could recover. There wouldn't be any sequelae of brain function degradation. He Ji-chu's expression changed abruptly, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. He said hatefully, they're really too bold. Gu Nianji whispered, Qin Yaoguang and Qin Bei are still quite afraid of my father. Young master look, when my father was around, they didn't dare to do this kind of experiment openly. It wasn't until my father used the car accident that they dared to jump out and brazenly propose the memory-stripping surgery and cooperate with the military. He Ji-chu knew that Gu Nianji was saying this to defend Lu Jin, so that He Ji-chu wouldn't feel bad and think that Lu Jin knew that someone was harming people and still stood by idly, but he didn't think too much about it. Qin Bei had done it so secretly that even he had only focused on investigating Qin Bei after discovering that something was wrong with what his old friend had told him. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have thought that there was an even bigger secret hidden behind Qin Yaoguang's laboratory. I know. Uncle Gu is a good person, He Ji-chu said calmly, ignoring Lu Jin's rolling eyes. He continued to ask, then does Uncle Gu have a way to treat my father's virus infection? Lu Jin nodded. Qin Bei's laboratory must have antiviral drugs in this area. Have you sent people to search his laboratory? It's just sealed off. We haven't searched all of it yet. He Ji-chu picked up the phone and ordered the people he had left in the imperial capital to search Qin Bei's laboratory immediately. But Lu Jin paused for a moment and said, because this virus erodes the hippocampus, which is in charge of memory. Even if it's cured, your father's memory will be lost forever. Which part of his memory? He Ji-chu asked with a frown. Lu Jin didn't say anything. He Ji-chu frowned and understood. Could it be all of his memory? Lu Jin nodded slowly. Qin Bei's counterattack before he died should have used the most powerful virus he had developed. It infected the entire hippocampus. So even if we find a drug to resist the virus, his memory will be erased. He Qingjian, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly said, no, I'd rather die than erase all of my memories. This is the first update of the day. Chapter 1922, It's Really Poisonous. A reminder to everyone about their monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. 2 updates today. The second update is 8 o'clock p.m. PS. thank you to Ling Luoluo for the 100,000 Chidian coins recommendation red packet yesterday. I heard that you clicked on the wrong button. In addition, if a certain Han was really going to be established, he would be able to join the Alliance Leaders Group. The group number would be announced soon. The Alliance Leaders Group should be a certain Han's core group. Any benefits would be shared in the Alliance Leaders Group. Moi, Big and Little Angels. Chapter 1934. He Jichu quickly walked over and knelt on one knee in front of He Qingjin's bed. He said carefully, "Father, your memory is gone. We can help you get it back. But if you don't receive treatment, it's not just the loss of memory that awaits you." Lu Ji nodded and said straightforwardly, "Yes, there's also the deterioration of your IQ. At your age, it's not just Alzheimer's. So why did you refuse?" He Qingjian looked straight at the shadowless lamp above the makeshift bed and said firmly but slowly, "No, you can't help me get my memory back." He Jichu closed his eyes and lowered his head silently, but his back was still straight and his shoulders did not collapse. Gu Nianji couldn't bear it, but she understood what He Qingjian meant. To He Qingjian, the days he lived with Qin Suwen were the most cherished memory of his life, right? Before He Jichu was born, how could He Qingjian and Qin Suwen know everything about the days they met and fell in love? "Ah Chu, when I met your mother, it was her first day of college. I saw her back and thought it was very familiar. I thought she was Qin Yaoguang." He Qingjian chuckled. His voice was already a little muffled. "At that time, I was already engaged to Qin Yaoguang. I never thought that there would be someone in this world who would have such a similar back to another person. When she turned around, I knew I had mistaken her for someone else. But she smiled at me generously and said, 'You must have mistaken me for someone else, right? It's okay.' She waved at me, turned around, and left. My heart actually beat faster. I wanted to hear her speak again like I was possessed. Her voice isn't the most pleasant to listen to, and her looks are average, but in my eyes, her every move, every action, and every word she speaks are all very much to my liking. At the time, I didn't know what it meant. Later, I found out that it was love at first sight." He Qingjian was immersed in his memories of the past. The makeshift ward in the RV was quiet. Only his voice echoed. "I found all kinds of opportunities to see her and created all kinds of opportunities to meet her. The library, the cafeteria, and the classrooms of the school. I've graduated and distinguished myself in the army. My military rank has been promoted to lieutenant colonel, but I'm still like a hot-headed boy who creates accidental encounters every day when I'm free. She's so smart. She should have known about it long ago, right? But she didn't say anything. When she saw me, she just casually chatted with me, just like a normal friend. On her birthday, I prepared a small birthday dinner for her. There was no one else, just the two of us. I baked the cake myself, although it was burnt. All kinds of seafood are boiled. It's fine as long as it's cooked. I've never cooked before, but for her, I can learn from scratch. But I don't have the talent, so I can't do it well. So, I choose boiled seafood. Because seafood itself is delicious. Just boil it in plain water and add a little sauce, and it will be very delicious." She took a bite of the cake I made and picked up the boiled seafood I made with her chopsticks. She smiled and said that I was wasting God's gifts. Then she asked me if I had any more ingredients for the cake. I said yes, took her to the kitchen, and watched her quickly make a beautiful birthday cake. That was the best birthday cake I've ever eaten in my life. He Qingjian licked his lips, as if he was reminiscing about the delicious birthday cake from more than 30 years ago. Then I told her that I liked her, wanted to be with her, and wanted to marry her. She smiled and stroked her hair, saying very clearly that she couldn't. She told me the clues she had noticed. Finally, she said that your identity was definitely not ordinary. You hid your identity in front of me. If you didn't have a wife at home, you had a fiancé or girlfriend. And she wouldn't be with someone like me. I was very surprised by her acumen, but not long after I met her, I broke off the engagement with Qin Yaoguang. Because I knew her, I knew what the person I liked was like. And I'm not a superficial man who looks at people's faces. Qin Yaoguang confused me before. I don't know why it was like this. I admit that when I first saw Qin Yaoguang, I did feel moved, so I agreed to get engaged to her, but that was only limited to the stunning and attractive appearance. At this point, He Qingjian chuckled again. It wasn't until today that I realized that the appearance that stunned and tempted me back then was also Susu, not Qin Yaoguang. He sighed. Can you say that I'm a man who doesn't look at appearance and only cares about inner qualities? It doesn't seem like it, but I'm not a superficial man who only looks at appearance. At least from beginning to end, Susu's appearance was the only one that attracted me. Gu Nianji's heart was filled with sorrow. This was a story that belonged to Qin Suwen and He Qingjian. She and her father, Gu Xiangwen, were excluded. Although she didn't want to admit it, she had to admit that she wasn't the product of two people falling in love and getting to know each other. Gu Nianji couldn't help walking to the dejected Lu Jin. She hugged his arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. Lu Jin also wrapped his arms around her thin shoulders and hugged her tightly, like a drowning person grabbing onto the last straw. He refused to let go. He Qingjian was silent for a long time before continuing. On that day, I confessed my identity to her. I even said that I used to have a fiancé, but after I met her, I had already broken off the engagement with that fiancé. I asked her if she could give me a chance to pursue her. She smiled and nodded. She said, "Did you really break off the engagement? Then it doesn't matter." She's such a straightforward person who can let go of things. She's never pestered me about whether I loved my former fiancé or not. The people who stood up for Qin Yaoguang once mocked her. She said, "So what if I loved her before? Now that I don't love her anymore, isn't it reasonable to break off the engagement? If you don't like her, why force her to be together?" Those people said that He Qingjian likes you today, but he'll like someone else in the future. Don't think that a playboy like him will be loyal to you for the rest of his life. In the end, she choked those people with one sentence. She said, "How can you be so sure that I'll like him for the rest of my life? This is a two-way choice. If I don't like him anymore, I can break up. If he doesn't like me anymore, he can break up. It's that simple." I was scared out of my wits when I heard what she said. I was scared every day, afraid that if I didn't do well, she would break up with me. Not to mention that I've never loved Qin Yaoguang. Even if I did, that kind of love and the feeling of being with Su would be completely different. Every day I spend with her, I'm fascinated, and I'm often worried about gains and losses. That's why I tried my best to marry her and immediately got her pregnant and had children. Only then did I feel a little relieved. However, this kind of life couldn't go on forever. Later, we started to quarrel about treating Achu's illness and had a disagreement. She really did what she said and planned to divorce me. Although he was talking about something as uncomfortable and embarrassing as divorce, He Qingjian still looked like he was yearning for it. I tried everything I could, but I couldn't get her to change her mind, until that day. He Qingjian turned to look at Gu Nianji. "That day, Gu Xiangwen sent you here and finally saved our marriage that was about to fall apart." When Lu Jin heard this, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He couldn't help but beat his chest and stomp his feet. He said regretfully, "If only I had waited a few more days." It could be said that if he had waited another day, he wouldn't have had to send Gu Nianji to the He family. He would have directly proposed to Qin Suwen, and then the three of them would have been able to live happily together. Lu Jin began to fantasize about the beautiful days of the three of them. Don't even think about it. He Qingjian suddenly propped himself up from the hospital bed and said sternly with a ferocious expression on his face, I will never let go. I will never divorce Su Su. Never. He shouted so loudly that it was as if he had used up the rest of his life to shout. After saying this, he fell onto the hospital bed. The equipment around the makeshift hospital bed let out an ear-piercing sound, and the numbers on the dashboard began to jump rapidly. Lu Jin's expression changed. His heart has stopped beating. As he spoke, he quickly walked over to the hospital bed, picked up the pacemaker, and began to shock He Qingjian's heart. Lu Jin's movements were fast and accurate. Not long after, He Qingjian's heartbeat returned to normal, but it was much weaker than before. He opened his eyes again and saw He Jichu's pained face. He felt extremely guilty towards He Jichu. He tried his best to raise his hand and caress his head, but he couldn't reach He Jichu. Lu Jin said, we have to find an antiviral drug and a vaccine immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. He could also develop a vaccine and drug himself, but the problem was that it would take time. No matter how smart Lu Jin was, he couldn't synthesize a vaccine and drug in an instant. For Qin Bei to be able to hide the virus in his teeth, he must have been immune to it. In other words, he had injected himself with a vaccine. It was such a pity. If Qin Bei hadn't been blown to smithereens, He Qingjian might have been rescued faster. However, seeing He Jichu's heartbroken expression, Lu Jin had emotional intelligence for the first time. He didn't say it out loud to rub salt on He Jichu's wound. He Jichu jumped up abruptly, picked up the phone, and called the people he had left behind in the imperial capital. He roared, how's the search of Qin Bei's laboratory going? Chief, we found a lot of vaccines and drugs. What do you plan to do with them? Send them all to me. Find the fastest private plane. He Jichu said without hesitation. He Qingjian shook his head weakly. Ah Chu, there's no need. I've let you down. I'm going to see your mother. As he spoke, he used the last of his strength to pull off the oxygen mask. His heart, which had just been stimulated by the electric shock, quickly lost enough oxygen supply and stopped beating again. The piercing pain spread from his heart to his limbs, but He Qingjian didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He looked calmly in Gu Nianji's direction and slowly closed his eyes. This was the second update of today, Chapter 1923, Love at First Sight. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes: there were 2 updates today. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.